The focus today on manufacturing is very well aligned with Nigeria's health sector reform initiative and reform and investment initiative. If you look at Professor Partey's antecedents, it's got a history of working across all the strata. That's the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare. Having led MPHCDA, the primary care, having been a Minister of State, it came in well prepared. And the World Bank, where it was leading the health and nutrition and population. So very simple 4-point agenda is what the Nigerian Ministry of Health is running on. And one of the pillars of that agenda is the manufacturing component of unlocking the value in the health sector. And so this sits very squarely within that context. And the beauty of it is that Nigeria, being a continental leader and a potential global leader, is looking beyond satisfying the Nigerian market and is therefore working in partnership with others in the space. And so we're privileged to be partnering on this event with the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, which is ably represented here, and will give all the recognitions at the appropriate time. But please put your hands together for Dr. Janet Bealunga, who has flown in from South Africa to be with us here. You would also have heard that the Federation of West African Healthcare Federations, the Alliance of West Africa Healthcare Federations, is ably represented by more than one person here. It's called FOSPS, which is which is a French acronym, and I won't try to interpret that, but essentially is the coalition of all national healthcare federations within the West Africa sub-region. So please put your hands together for the representatives. They can take a bow, the first personnel in the room. Okay, so please give him a round of applause. This is also in partnership with the World Bank. I'm aware they're having a program on public financial management in Abuja, and probably another program, as I was told. So we're very optimistic that the World Bank team will also be joining us shortly, especially someone who is moderating, which is Dr. Olumide Okunla. And finally, PVAC is also a partner. But without further ado, let me invite the first Vice President of HFN, who will take the opening remarks and give us what today Njide Ndili, the president, who is on our way from Lagos and will join us shortly. So please put your hands together for Dr. Ayodele Benson Cole.
Thank you so much, sir. Good morning again, everyone, and welcome to this special event. We believe that coming together again to speak about the issues around local manufacturing of medicines and medical commodities in Nigeria, we're going to be leaving the room today with some expected outcomes. So you're welcome, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, the president of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, Mrs. Njide Ndili, is on her way from Lagos. Her flight was delayed, unfortunately, but Healthcare Federation of Nigeria warmly welcomes all participants to this high-level roundtable on local manufacturing of medicines in Nigeria, convened under the theme Strengthening Local Pharmaceutical Manufacturing for Sustainable Health Security in Africa. This gathering comes at a defining moment for Nigeria's health sector, a time to transform challenges into opportunities, strengthen our industrial base, and secure the nation's health future through sustainable local manufacturing. We extend our deep appreciation to all our partners, the West African Private Healthcare Federation, FOAPS, the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, the Presidential Initiative for Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain, PVAC, and the World Bank for their continued leadership and partnership in advancing this agenda. We also thank all our sponsors. Together, we are laying the foundation for a resilient, self-reliant, and globally competitive pharmaceutical industry. So I welcome you all warmly. Thank you for taking the time to come out this morning. Now, if you go to the center page of the program in your hand, you will find the objectives of this meeting clearly itemized. Number one is to explore possibilities of industrial policy measures, incentives, and related opportunities that can enhance local manufacturing competitiveness in Nigeria. These are things that have been done in other parts of the world. It took the likes of India, Thailand, to come up with policies that unlocked the local manufacturing of medicines in those countries. And today, they are major exporters to the rest of the world. So we believe that with the right policy documents, right policy reforms, we can also attain self-sufficiency in local manufacturing of medicines. We're also going to be exploring the industrial policy measures, incentives, and the African Free Continental Trade Alliance related opportunities to enhance local manufacturing competitiveness, like I said before. Now, discuss sustainable mechanisms to de-risk and attract investment in the pharmaceutical sector, including blended financing option, development financial instruments, and PPPs that we can leverage, to attract financial investment into the sector. Now, we also to explore how to map opportunities for technology transfer, research and development, and global partnerships to enhance local production capacity for essential medicines and vaccines. And then, of course, looking at the market shaping and procurement exercises, we want to be able to see how we engage public-private sector actors, public and private sector actors to create predictable demands through local preference policies, pooled procurement, and inclusion of local manufactured products in essential drug lists. And this is very important because if we can have things like contract manufacturing becoming the norm in the country, with government procurement being guaranteed, it will unlock the private sector, manufacturing sector, even in the local production of medicines. One of the last objectives is also to examine workforce needs, skill gaps, and strategies to build talent pipelines, that supports an innovative and competitive pharmaceutical industry. Again, I go back to a country like Thailand. They were very deliberate in giving subsidies to companies that were engaged in pharmaceutical research and development. They were very intentional in building capacity in training programs supported by government. So the expected outcomes, of course, is to have national roadmap for pharmaceutical manufacturing, to have clear policy and investment reform pathways, to strengthen public-private commitments, and also to mobilize sustainable financing mechanisms for the pharma manufacturing industry in Nigeria. So I welcome you once again and thank you for being part of this event. We're going to be having 3 panel sessions in the process, again, speaking to different aspects of this initiative that will unlock the sector. We have the regulatory agency people in the house, we have the industry players in the house, and we're also going to be hearing from the financial players in the sector who will also be talking to us about what they are doing or what they are bringing to the table to make the sector more viable in Nigeria. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In one event I attended recently, there was a constant prompting for people to clap. Today, I will not prompt you, but I will expect that you'll be very charitable. And when you are impressed with something, you will demonstrate by clapping. So it can be a feedback also to all of us. Now you have set me up, or I've set myself up. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, Dr. Ayodele Benson-Cole, for setting the context for us. I also want to ensure that we're on time, this program, and we make at least not more than a plus of 5-minute variation at any point in time. I recognize one of our moderators who's coming now. I will introduce her at the appropriate time. The next step we have now is to, first of all, populate this front row appropriately. There are 5 seats, and the number of very, very, very important persons in this room is clearly like 50, right? But we will do some apportioning. The partners of the event will take the front seat, and I would like to invite to welcome his guest, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria President, ably represented by the first vice president, to please come to the front row. You are the hosts. You own all the seats. Next, the umbrella body for the healthcare federations in West Africa, FOSPs, Linda Decker, FOAPS. Okay, thank you. Thank you. FOAPS. You will explain to me what happened to the other S when we get outside, but I'll stand on the protocol you have established, and he will correct us in case either of us is wrong. Anyway, Linda Decker is the president. I'm not sure if she's going to be here. She is? Or is she already here? Oh, okay, super. So she'll occupy the seat next to, but please come and warm the seats. Let's not keep it, let's not keep it vacant for the cameras. Please come. I want somebody to be there. And we also have Auda Nepad, because the next segue is going to be to how does the Nigerian context fit into the continental vision. So let me invite Dr. Janet Bearunga to please step forward as well. You can see that these are movers and shakers. No request for applause, and it's all deafening. We have a space for PVAC. I don't think PVAC is here in the room yet, but whenever they come, the space will be there. And we have a space also for the World Bank. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Janet Berenga. She will tell us her designation. I don't want to demote her. She may have been promoted from when last I knew of her, to tell us how Nigeria's national ambitions, as have been laid out in many policy documents, especially in that NSHRII that I mentioned with the presidential unlocking the healthcare value chain, how it fits, especially with the pharmaceutical manufacturing plan of Africa, which was a brainchild of the African Union as far back as some 20 years ago, and now has a business case, is being operationalized. How does this all come together, and what are your guidance words for Nigeria? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Janet Berenga to make her presentation, a statement of purpose.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know if I remember the name, Dr. Adesh. Thank you very much for the warm welcome to Abuja that you have given to AUD and NEPAD, who I'm representing. I bring you greetings from my CEO, Mrs. Nardos Bekele Thomas, who is aware that I'm here to engage in this very important conversation with Nigeria on this very important topic. I had prepared a statement of purpose in the political way that people normally do these statements, but I'm compelled to not use it, and allow me not to do that, because this is an area of passion for me as a person who has been working in the African Union ecosystem for 18 years. And as a person who has been leading our efforts towards developing a self-reliant industry on the continent that seeks to achieve two goals. The first goal is for us to have an industry that provides in a sustainable manner all the priority medical products that are required to cover the diseases that disproportionately affect this African continent in terms of availing these products, in terms of being competitive with the other suppliers of the medicines that we have on the continent. In terms, welcome, I'm the new MC now, and I'm seeing an old friend. So maybe should I hand over the mic back to you, MC, to welcome the PVAC director? And then I can continue.
Your social skills are impeccable. Thank you for doing us that honor to warmly welcome our special guest who we've introduced, keynote speaker for today, the National Coordinator for the Presidential Initiative in Unlocking the Healthcare Value Chain. Please welcome Dr. Abdul Mukhtar. He was accompanied, or he is accompanied, or they came in together. I don't know if they accompanied each other or they just happened to meet, but the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of Pharmaceutical Research and Development, Dr. Obi Adigwe, who will be making a goodwill message. So we'll hear from him shortly afterwards. Thank you for joining us and you're welcome. Back to you, Janet.
Thank you very much. So I was just beginning to tell a story, but I hope that since I've been with the director before, I will not bore him again with it because he knows this story. And this story began actually in Abuja. In 2001, most of you, those who are like my age, probably may have known that there was a special summit here in this country where this whole 15% Abuja commitment towards health originated. I don't know if some of you were in those conversations at the time. That was like 6 years before I joined the African Union Commission. And when in 2005, 4 years after this declaration about Abuja commitments on health started, 2005 was another special summit in Abuja again. And I'm glad that I'm back in Abuja 20 years after, almost 20 years after that. We are in the 20th year, talking about the same thing. At that time, HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria had become a great critical issue to respond to. And in order to respond to those three diseases, there was a decision that the African Union member states needed to invest in producing the medical products that address these three diseases. And that commitment came in form of saying, how can we leverage the TRIPS flexibilities that were being discussed around those Doha rounds when, for those of you who know about intellectual property, trade and related intellectual property issues, there were rounds happening around 2005, which were giving Africa an opportunity to leverage the TRIPS flexibility to produce the medicines that affected Africa. And HIV was declared was declared like a state of emergency, and that is why we needed the products that address it. And at that time, there were a few manufacturers who were trying to invest in manufacturing these products, the antiretrovirals. Did we take advantage of that moment in 2005 to start investing in producing antiretrovirals? Maybe yes, but are we still struggling till date? Because we haven't yet really become a self-reliant industry on the continent. And we went ahead in 2007 to develop what we now call the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, which calls for a number of things. And I'll start with the first one, where the political commitment has to be the foundation. And I thank Nigeria for having taken that on seriously and brought to the forefront this political commitment in order for us to have an industry that is viable on the continent or in the country. Political commitment combined with a sector-specific strategy, long-term strategy. If we do not have this long-term strategy and vision for the industry, we might not be able to put together the policy incentives and other incentives required to build the industry. So this pillar of having the right political environment, having a long-term sector-specific strategy is very key in the PMPA. The other pillars are, number one and most important, the regulatory system strengthening pillar, which requires that we have the proper regulatory requirements and standards abided to and complied to in order to ensure that the products that we produce in this country and other jurisdictions meet the required standards for quality, effectiveness, and safety. Number two is the market, and we are here with business people. We're going to talk about how do we strategically position the market conversation in this stream of work, because this is a private sector driven endeavor. And having a guaranteed market for the products that we say we must produce on the continent is important as we move forward. I believe definitely Nigeria having a very huge population, that does not necessarily transform into a market. We need to be very strategic in the way we define this as we move forward. So that's number two, the market issues. And we hope that we're going to deliberate effectively on those as well. The third one, and also very important one, is to do with how do we make sure that we have the technology, because this is a highly technology-based industry that will drive the industry to become to compete with others that have gone all the way to the highest levels of technology that are more efficient and producing big volumes and good quality products. Are we ready for that kind of industry? And to enter that, we must look intentionally about how our technology currently is working. Number four is to do with the skills. And we have often said, oh no, we have skills, the young people who are leaving the universities, the pharmacists, the engineers that are required to do all of the work that is required within an industry that wants to become a regional hub. Do we have the skills base, and how far can we go with what we now have? How can we leverage these skills to be able to deliver West Africa, or even for the continent? Number five is to do with how do we make sure that we have invested enough capital that is affordable, that is long-term, that is also predictable. It's important to know that as we invest in a pharmaceutical industry like this, that there are other competitors with us who would like to provide us those products, and they have emerged as they have developed the economies of scale that we cannot compete with. What are we going to do in order to put incentives forward that bring capital to the levels that are affordable for the private sector? Those are the conversations we're having right now. We have different programs within AUD and NEPAD that are pushing for that kind of financing ecosystem, financing and investment ecosystem that allows for the industry to perform optimally. Lastly, and also not irrelevant, is what are we doing in terms of intellectual property, research and innovation? I'm sure that if, as a continent, we invested sufficiently in research and development and innovation, we're going to be the next drivers of this industry. And I'm going with this few words, call you to look at some of the instruments that the African Union Development Agency is pushing for, and look at how can we learn from these experiences, how can we learn from these initiatives to build a better Nigerian pharmaceutical sector, even with the support that we have already been given through the various initiatives like PVAC. How can we scale those initiatives? Finally, as the African Union, as we are commemorating 20 years of the PMPA, we have collaborated with the various stakeholders like UNITAID, CHAI, Gates Foundation, and several others, including the private sector federations like FOASP and the national federations. Now that we are at the national level, we are collaborating to make sure that we can track the progress over the 20 years across those pillars I just mentioned, and be able to work with a tool that gives us a data day to day to enable us to make the right decisions in the right directions. I will be discussing in while others are having their presentations here, giving you some sort of detail in terms of where we are going with this initiative. On the priority medical products for the continent, we have a list of 24 priority medical products that we are pushing for the continent to be able to produce viably on the continent and supply them sustainably by 2050. We are working with our partners to establish this database that we will extract information from to give you our regular State of Africa pharmaceutical manufacturing reports, and which can enable you to understand who is playing where, and then how we can also collaborate in terms of ensuring that your inputs into the pharmaceutical ecosystem is being recognized at the continental, at the regional level, and we are all working towards producing the medicines that we require to address the priority diseases that affect our continent and to be a player within the global pharmaceutical industry, which we currently are struggling to meet, as we only produce less than 3% of the products that we consume. I would like to stop it here and now and hand the microphone back to the program manager. And thank you very much for having African Union Development Agency work with you.
And thank you for the eloquent delivery. You can tell the person who's had fingers really on the pulse of what she's speaking about. So that comes from a deep place of experience. Thank you for sharing with us. She mentioned something about the 24 priority products, and I'm sure there'll be opportunity for that. But suffice to say that it's important that in coordination with PVAC, that these products also represent a focus for us. So when the push is being made, it's towards an aligned strategy that can be measured at the end of the day to say, this is what was planned and this is where things stand. You know, many of them, anti-infectives and antimicrobials, the reproductive, maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent category of products, as well as non-communicable diseases, which are really attaining front stage now, diabetes, cardiovascular, and oncology, blood and emergency products, and neglected and endemic diseases. But what I want to point out is that when you hear priority medical products, you might be inclined to think is only active pharmaceutical products. There are the API component of things that is also under that plan. And there's also the digitalizing the operations from upstream manufacturing all the way down to distribution, as well as diagnostics and devices, which is where people like Codex and others in the country and continent are really establishing and investing. We now move on to the next phase, which is to hear words of goodwill from partners and supporters of the HFN relevant to today's program. And I'd like to invite my running mate from Kigali, who is the president of the West African Healthcare Federation and who will effectively tell us how to pronounce their acronym. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Linda Decker, immediate past president of Ghana Healthcare Federation and current president of WHF.
Good morning, everyone. And I must apologize for walking in late. We are co-hosting this event with Healthcare Federation Nigeria, as well as partners within the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So my sincere apologies. I've asked for the protocol list. I don't have it, so I stand on existing protocols. accept my apologies once again. The beginning of local manufacturing, according to me, was over 50 years ago in my mother's kitchen. Both of my parents were pharmacists. They're both deceased. And my dad chose the pathway of academia. So he would go to the university and do his stuff. But my mother was a clinical pharmacist. And so this is why this conversation is so dear to my heart, because the vision started years before we even dreamed of this event. And the vision should become a reality because this is so many years on. So within my mother's kitchen, I was too young to understand then. She would bring in all sorts of powders and liquids, and she would carefully measure and put these things together and eventually pour them into little bottles and label them and then carry it away in boxes. This is over 50 years ago. For me, looking back and thinking about this meeting, this is the first thing that came to mind last night. Looking back, this story in local manufacturing is not foreign. And I do believe that in other countries and in other kitchens and in other spaces, this journey began that far back. So it's an interesting thing to look at now and to look at where we can go from this humble beginning of local manufacturing. So even though I didn't understand then what it meant to us as individual countries was that these products were locally available. And these were simple products for cough, for digestive diseases. They were locally available. If it was being made in my mother's kitchen, it means that they were affordable. I will bet that they were of good quality and that the end user, whoever they could have been then, would have had a good experience with improved outcomes. So why are we here? We are here because this conversation is important. It's important to us as Africans. It's important to us as Nigerians. It's important to us as members of a continent that should look at health sovereignty and to look at ways in which we can adapt and charter a new course in our healthcare journey. So in July this year, my organization, which I represent as president, which is the West African Private Healthcare Federation, WAPHF, but we choose the Francophone acronym, which is FOAPS, Fédération Oué du Secteur Privé de la Santé. So that is what we choose. A majority of our members are also French, so we do that. We chose local manufacturing as part of our strategy to look at how we can improve access to care by creating this platform. And our dream was to take the conversation of local manufacturing from country to country, cover at least 4 or 5 out of the 11 member countries, to understand what exists within individual countries in terms of capacity, who is doing what. Let's map out what exists, what is good, what can be improved in our local communities. Is my time up? Give me 2 more minutes. Thank you. So why Nigeria? In FOAPS, we love Nigeria. 230, 240 billion, largest economy in the sub-region. Nigeria matters because successes within Nigeria translate into maximum impact within the sub-region. So this is why we are here. We are here to look at what exists in Nigeria. We are here to gain traction in Nigeria. This is not just any meeting. This is a meeting that we're looking at to follow up in public sector conversation rooms, in private sector, to look at how we can change our destiny within the healthcare ecosystem by taking control of local manufacturing. So there are two reasons why local manufacturing is core to our focus. Socio-economic impact. We know that if we get it right, we can improve trade, we can improve training, because it's a way of looking at both formal sector and within the industries that develop around this, we can have internships that are relevant to the industry for our youth. So this means impacting our future. And we can look at transforming both the micro and macroeconomic situation, environment in various countries, beginning with Nigeria, because this is where the conversation is starting. But above all, we're looking, secondly, at the direct impact on care. Our focus should be improved access, improved affordability, and with this, definitely improved attainment of universal health coverage, which is why we are here. So what this means is that if we can get it right, we can have a majority of the population, and we're not talking about sidelining branded products. We're talking about the 80%, 90% of our populations who can't afford can get access to care at a price point that makes sense to them. So it's a win-win situation. I want to thank everybody for coming. I know that the conversation has just started. I'm grateful that we have everybody in the room, regulators, manufacturers, academia, partners, Auda NEPAD. Thank you, Janet, for coming all the way. Thank you so much. And thank you. I look forward to a very rewarding conversation. Thank you.
You already set us up nicely for that, and we appreciate the deep insights you shared from the kitchen to the factory. Thank you very much. Next, I'll just call on the president of Togo Healthcare Federation, and we'll be grateful if you could keep the goodwill message to under 5 minutes, please. So let's welcome Dr. Kunde Innocent Kpeto. And please feel free to speak in French if you choose. But if you want to be kind, you might consider speaking in English.
Thank you very much. I will try. My English is so poor. Thank you, my president, Dr. Linda. Thank you, Nigeria Healthcare Federation, for inviting us to come here. Me, I'm a pharmacist. I'm now the president of Togo Healthcare Federation, and I've been also the National Board of Pharmacy president in the past. To say that the topic you choose to talk about today is my concern, because as a practitioner, I have also been a managing director of our wholesaler, our first wholesaler in Togo. And I want to say that in our French countries, we have a strong system of distribution. But what we are distributing is almost products were manufactured so far of our countries. And for a long time, we thought it was something good, something okay, quite. But when we have the last crisis, COVID, we realized that our partnership with with that manufacturers was so weak for our system, and we have to change the mind. And only one thing I want to say is Nigeria is leader in our region, like Linda said. But also, when I was student, I used to understand, to hear about NAFDAC, the Nigeria Regulation Authority. That is a strong one in our region. I think NAFDAC can pull our regional system of regulation to help our local industry to grow. What in my experience, you know, now all the, you know, Ghana is our neighbor. They have an industry there. I think it covers something like 30% of the needs. But I don't know if we have 5 products from Ghana registered in Togo. Because of, they say that Togo has a condition of stability different than Ghana, than Benin, than Nigeria. But we know that our population are crossing our borders and buy these products. We know that also that with changing, climate changing, what we have to improve in our countries is how to, the condition of storage of the product. Some matters like this, we have to sit and reflect on it. Or I can talk about also bioequivalence. I have experience with North countries, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia. They have built their industry first focusing on quality procedures, manufacturing procedures, and market surveillance. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. And now, when they were growing up, they were improving also the procedures, as now they are talking about bioequivalent. But in the past, they were agreed that because bioequivalence is something very expensive, we know in pharmaceutical. So yes, my word will be there. How our regulatory agencies can move on some things and discuss with the professionals, industrials, because we have some examples in our countries, maybe here in Nigeria, but in Togo we have some initiative that not grow up because of heavy breaks. Let me say like this. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will be listening for in your discussion. Thank you. Don't know if I made my point.
Thank you very much, President Peto. I have a challenge for the room. If you are English speaking, please do us the honor of standing up. If you are English speaking. Thank you very much. Our leaders are standing up. Okay. If you can address the Togo Healthcare Federation in French, please sit down. I will test all of you who are sitting down. Okay, so let's be seated. That's just the gratitude we have to you, President Peto, for addressing us in English, despite it not being your mother tongue. I'll move straight on to Dr. Obi Adigwe, the DG of the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development. Please welcome him to the podium.
Monsieur le Directeur Général, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation. Ça, c'est très magnifique. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all is I want to commend HFN. I can't see Madame on her way. Yes, I want to congratulate HFN for putting this together. And it was very providential that I walked into the room when Madame Biaruhanga was speaking. I think Last time I saw her was 10 years ago. We were in the trenches together when we were moving from resolving CET to putting together the building blocks of AMA. And congratulations for that taking off. That's a very good example that we can actually do things properly here in this part of the world. But I regret to inform you that that is actually the exception, not the norm. Over here, we're very good at, developing brilliant policies, having, beautifully bound documents, having them on the shelves. But in practice, we don't see impact on people's lives. And I'm glad you mentioned PMPA. 20 years after, if we go back to the original document, have we actually achieved what we set out to do? It's not restricted to the continent, even in countries. Here in Nigeria, we had a brilliant document about 3 decades ago, National Drug Policy. If we had achieved 70% of what that national drug policy had indicated before COVID, we wouldn't be where we are. So it is good when we appreciate successes and use that as learning points for people to move forward. And there was something very interesting you mentioned, which I would want to highlight in the room, political will. I'm privileged to be one of the very few people in government that has had private sector experience. Prior to my appointment as DG, for those of you who don't know, I was the executive secretary of the Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Group. I can see my successor in the room, Executive Secretary Frank. And there was a policy, the CET policy, took us 5 years to resolve. And that was a policy that was going to tank the entire pharmaceutical manufacturing sector in West Africa, without doubt. I've been privileged to be part of a team that handled a similar initiative under the current administration. That initiative is the Presidential Executive Order on the pharmaceutical sector, where close to 1,000 HS codes have been ring-fenced to come in without tariffs. And currently about 85, 87 companies have been selected to benefit. Because of the political will, it took Minister Pate, who led the team, my senior brother here, who's PVAC and the engine room for that initiative, and all the other stakeholders, less than 6 months to put that policy together. It took Mr. President less than 3 months to sign that particular intervention. And I can tell you from the date of announcement to when customs began implementing, less than 5 months. This is something that under a previous administration took a similar, because I was involved in that at PMG Man. And as a senior member of government, I'm involved in this. And you can go back and check your records. So political will makes a great difference. And I don't think the pharmaceutical sector has had it any better. Because even before that presidential executive order, go and check your records. The very first presidential initiative that was signed by the current administration was in the pharmaceutical sector, the PVAC. Less than 3 months after it was signed, a senior director from the AFDB was brought to head it. And I will not steal your thunder, Oga, so that you can tell them what you've achieved. But this is, we must be socially intelligent to understand what is going on and how to leverage it. And I like that EU is in the room because Ayeke, Dr. Ayeke, you asked me a very important question about 3 weeks ago about this particular event, and I answered you. We have leveraged that partnership between the EU, NIPRID, and PVAC has leveraged the existing political will to move the needle in local pharmaceutical manufacturing and research and development value chain as regards vaccines. We put together about 4 or 5 years ago that plan. That plan is being launched. Dr. Ayeke, when are you launching the plan? When are you signing? 30th of October. And that plan that was put together by this team attracted 18 million euros, the biggest contextual grant of its kind in Africa. And it was because we were able to look at the political environment, look at the needs, and harness the will that existed. And at NIPRID, it was brilliant you mentioned artificial intelligence, and it was also brilliant that you mentioned API. Because at NIPRID, we are privileged to have secured the first API grant from Afrexim Bank for capacity building. And that is facing the whole of Africa. Similarly, the minister has just given his approval for us to lead artificial intelligence in the healthcare sector. In fact, a few months ago, Dr. Abdu, he mandated us to engage with a group out of Stanford. And alongside my senior colleague, we are attracting an opportunity in February. We've gotten Nigeria selected for the Spark Africa from Stanford initiative, where we will train 50 scientists in a 1-week boot camp in this very building in February. And this aligns exactly to the capacity building that you mentioned, Madam. And so at NIPRID, we're happy to come in where we can, obviously. We must just understand that collaboration, engagement, and leveraging the existing opportunities within the political and policy environment will be the most expeditious and sustainable way to get things done in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adigwe. When you call someone a master of connecting the dots, I think he just showed us the mastery, how the NIPRD is working together with both local teams like PVAC under the coordinating minister of health, as well as international bodies, the EU. We're going to hear from the EU representative in one of the panels where he's going to do a lead presentation. And so it's very encouraging that this theme is already being acted upon. Before I call the next speaker, who will be the last goodwill one, allow me to recognize the founding president of the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, pharmacist Mrs. Claire Omasheye. It's my pleasure to invite Ambassador Aminu Akadiri, who is Chief Executive Officer of the Federation of West Africa Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I understand is represented here by Mr. Uchenna Iwuchukwu. Miss, I beg your pardon, my gender blindness thing with unisex names. Please, the podium is yours for the next 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to be here. I bring you greetings from my CEO and Executive Director, Mr. Aminu Akadiri, who unfortunately could not make it here because he is currently on some other official assignments. So my name is Uchenna Iwuchukwu. I'm a lawyer, so this is not actually my field, but I would go ahead to present his goodwill message. Thank you very much. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. It is true honor to have been invited to join you today at this important dialogue convened by the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria and its esteemed partners. On behalf of the President of FEWASI, Mr. Famanture, and the entire management of FEWASI, I thank you for this opportunity to share in this timely conversation. The theme of this roundtable speaks directly to a key challenge and opportunity for our continent. Africa's health security and economic future depend greatly on our ability to develop strong, self-reliant pharmaceutical manufacturing industries that can meet the needs of our people. Strengthening local pharmaceutical manufacturing is a shared responsibility, one that involves not only the government and the private sector, but the development partners and regional institutions. It represents not only a step towards health independence, but also a path to industrial growth, innovation, job creation across our region. As FEWASI, the regional umbrella of private sector in West Africa, we believe that a strong, thriving pharmaceutical manufacturing sector serves as a catalyst for regional integration, sustainable development, and to advance this belief, FEWASI has signed an MOU with FOAPS, and the core purpose of this partnership with FOAPS is to strengthen health industry across West Africa through capacity building. I like that the previous speaker mentioned capacity building is really very, very vital. And part of the partnership is also to foster mutual support to our members of FEWASI, members of FOAPS, and collaboration on joint activities to reach, to expand the reach of health services in West Africa and Africa as a whole. I assure you that the private sector is ready to collaborate and help build value chains that ensure access to quality medicine across West Africa and beyond. I also make reference to the previous speaker's point on collaboration. Collaboration is key if we must get this right. I would like to seize this opportunity to thank the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria and its vision and leadership in convening this dialogue and for fostering collaboration between key stakeholders. So today, let our discussions move beyond ideas into practical actions, because I, for one, have attended lots of meetings and we go on to do the talks, but I will encourage us to move beyond the talks into practical actions. Together, we can build a region that meets its own health needs while driving innovation, trade, and prosperity through a strong pharmaceutical base. I wish all of us a productive meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uchenna. I don't know if you've completely outlawed barrister. Otherwise, I would have said barrister Uchenna. But I know you are de-emphasizing the use of that. I think we've come to the, I don't think, we've come to the end of the goodwill messages, and it sets the stage for a very important segment of this program, which is the keynote address. If we have a champion in government in the pharmaceutical sector, I doubt that we'll find any more passionate than Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, the National Coordinator of PVAC. So please join me in welcoming him to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you, Remy. So please accept my apologies, sincere apologies for coming in late. I was held up in a meeting with the minister. We have these quarterly meetings we call the Ministerial Oversight Committee meetings. That's a really big, important meeting. So I had to actually take special permission from the minister to be here. And when I told him I was coming here, he asked me, of course, to say hello and to express his goodwill to everybody here. Remy, thank you very much. You know, when I started this job almost 1.5 years ago, you were one of the first people who came to me, and I didn't know you, I think, before then, and said, how can I help you succeed in this job? So I will never forget that. Of course, I was suspicious because when a pharmacist comes to a doctor and says, how can I help you? You know, I knew that I was nervous, but he's been true to his word. He's really been supporting me. So really appreciate all the support over the last 1.5 years. Colleagues, you know, the partners for this, HFN, I see Dr. Benson, Njide is not here. Oda Nepad, my very good friend, Dr. Janet, you know, the head of Force, yeah, je comprends pas le français, je comprends un peu actually. So, yes. I can just try that. Other partners here present, but the private sector especially, because really we are here because of you. Janet, you know, I first met Janet in my previous work at the Africa Development Bank in FDB. She's been running this agenda, and I want to say here without any contradiction that I've never seen anybody more passionate about the regional agenda for pharmaceutical manufacturing than Janet, Dr. Janet. I've never, this is true. So one of the outcomes of this meeting should be that the Nigerians here, we've agreed to take away her passport. She's not leaving Abuja until this agenda is implemented here, because we really, what she's been doing across the continent, I've always believed that this is a regional agenda. So we try to do things here in Nigeria, but I think every country is trying to do its own thing. But for us to succeed as a continent and to push the agenda for every country, I think we need to work together with that regional mindset in mind. I've been asked to speak on why Nigeria's pharmaceutical sector matters. So implicit in that is that it actually matters. I'm just only being asked to say why does it matter. So we agree that it actually matters. Look, you talk about there are multiple rationales why we're doing that, and I think that really between Janet, you know, Dr. Obi Dugwe, who by the way is a senior brother, he's trying to make me look older than he is, but he's a senior brother here. Between them, they really outlined the agenda, why this really matters. Look, you know, you can talk about the health security aspect of things, which is that with a population of 130 million people, you know, we cannot be at the mercy of anyone, anywhere. Nigeria is the only country that has at least 100 million people that does not produce a majority, that's 50% of its healthcare products. We know the numbers, you know, pharmaceuticals, about 70% imported or importation, test kits, about 90% or more, 99% actually imported until now, when we're beginning to see activity, and I'll talk about that. So there is a health security argument why we need to build this. And most of the arguments that we're making here really apply to the whole of the continent as well. You know, but even countries, to be clear, no country produces all of the healthcare products that they need. You know, they always have to import some. But I think when you see countries that have also been sufficient, at least to a large extent, like the United States, encouraging their companies. A few months ago, Eli Lilly made an investment of $27 billion, localizing some of the production that they've been doing elsewhere into the United States. You know that this is the thinking. There is then the public health rationale, which is to say, look, there are some things. You look at the evolving epidemiological profile, NCDs moving from infectious disease to NCDs by 2030 in Nigeria. You know, NCDs will overtake infectious diseases in terms of the disease profile. You know, so, but there are also things that just doesn't make sense that are done elsewhere. Nigeria, sadly, is the malaria capital of the world. You know, 27% global burden of malaria. So if we are the malaria capital of the world, we should also be the malaria product capital of the world. That is what would make sense. Then there is a third argument, which is the economic argument. This is also a business. It's a 4.6, the life sciences sector in Nigeria is about $46 billion. We expect that by 2030, it could get to maybe $15 billion or so. So there is a lot of money to be made in terms of, you know, even when you talk about diversification of GDP and all of that, we spend maybe only about 3 to 4% of our GDP. Healthcare accounts for only about 3 to 4% of GDP here. The United States, almost 17%. On average, OECD countries between 9 to 10%. So really, even if you're trying to grow your economy from an economic perspective, you're trying to diversify, you know, you need to pay attention to a sector like the pharmaceutical sector. So using PVAC as a case study, and you know, PVAC, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu actually approved the establishment of PVAC on October 20th, 2023. So we actually, 2 days ago, was our second anniversary. I thought I would see a cake. I thought I would see an anniversary cake on the stage, but that's fine. But so this was established with very clear goals, you know, to ship those numbers. And our big goal is to say by 2030, we should be able to produce about 70% on the aggregate of all our healthcare, essential healthcare products that we use in this country. And we're getting there. And We have interim targets that will we measure ourselves and monitor ourselves. So looking, how have we been operating so far? And you know, the barriers to manufacturing, generally everybody knows those. You know, the policies, the regulations on one hand, access to finance, access to markets, lack of infrastructure, lack of human capital, the skills that are required, but also the R&D base and the technology that needs to be available for that to happen. So our approach has been systemic. For each of these barriers, we have areas where we are intervening. People have talked about the political will, Dr. Obi. This is actually true. We would not have been able to do any of the things that we've done. And by the way, it's not my achievement, it's our achievement. And I see many of you, you know, the private sector, PG Man, and all of that have been pushing us to do this. So on the policy side, Dr. Obi, you talk about the executive order. So I'll not waste time about that. But we've gone out in the field. Last week I was in Lagos. I talked to one of the largest pharmaceutical manufacturers, and they told me that 10%, they've actually seen an increase, 10% increase in their profitability by just utilizing the executive order, which basically just started in April in terms of implementation. 47 out of the 87 companies are already tapping into this in terms of Naira value so far, or just over 2.5 months when we assess about 6.2 billion. We know that is going to grow. But this is important, and that actually informed the president, and you're right that the health sector, pharmaceutical sector actually is the forefront, and it's at the forefront of this. Then the president came up with the Nigeria First policy, which is whatever, not pharmaceuticals, any product that Nigerian government money is going to be used to buy will be bought from local manufacturers provided it's available. This is a big game changer, and that is already being implemented and is going to change the game. So again, systematically, human skills, where are the pharmacists, where are the people to do this? And this is a problem all across Africa. And Janet, you mentioned that very well. We established a manufacturing academy here in Nigeria called Empower Academy in conjunction with PVAC. This is working with an institution, Empower Swiss, that has done similar things in Kenya, Rwanda, in India, in Thailand, and a couple of other places. We're going to roll out, we actually finished developing the online curriculum, which is phase 1. There will be phases 2, where there will be simulation laboratories in different places. We've already identified 3 locations. Then the last stage will be just establishing full-fledged training facilities in conjunction with established universities. This is ongoing. This is, if you're a manufacturer, you don't want, there's just so much shortage of skills that people just keep moving around for small increases in salary, which is really not what it should be. So we're doing this, and we actually have a regional focus in mind. We're talking to Senegal because there is something similar to see what we can do together. On research and development, and Dr. Obi is doing a fantastic job at NIPRID. You know, we've established a clinical trial consortium, Nigeria Clinical Trial Consortium, comprising about 11 different institutions. We are already mobilizing our local CROs, but also bringing the big CROs. IQVIA was here about 2 weeks ago. They told us about a $32 billion basically gap, you know, project that they've already sold to big pharma to say, you know, we have trouble. So they're actually looking for places to do. 2% R&D globally is in Africa, in Nigeria, so we can do more. We can grow. Again, this is a money-making business. In terms of the market, yes, the numbers do not constitute the market, so you need to find a way to shape the market. We established on a PPP basis a group purchasing organization called Medipool that is actually going to aggregate volumes, procure, negotiate prices, but also, you know, distribute to the last mile. This is a good signal because if you're a manufacturer like Sam, who's been looking for his market for RDTs, you know that even if he says 20 or 30% of your volumes will be uptaken by Medipool, then you know at least you can plan to a large extent. We're working with other partners in that regard. You know, Zipline, we've signed an agreement recently with Zipline. They've been working in 3 states in Nigeria. I know they're also in Rwanda and Ghana to do last mile distribution of products into hard to reach areas. Now we are rolling nationwide during the JAR week in about 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks from now, where we're going to make a big announcement that also involves discussions we've been having over the last several months with the United States government, the State Department. We're working with critical institutions like the United States Pharmacopoeia to help, work with our manufacturers to get them to WHO pre-qualification build standards and all of that. So that's on that side. On pipeline development, so the money side, we actually mobilizing. We have a number of projects in our pipeline. I think so far about 81 projects, total value about $5 billion. We're trying to find money to push money into this. So we are partnering with our Exim Bank, European Investment Bank, and we mobilized between the two about $2 billion US. That is not money in Abdu's pocket, but it's money that is really available.
Can someone please help us with the audio? We can't see or hear anything. Thank you.
So the solution is to make sure that our manufacturers are competitive, that they can actually compete globally anywhere, and they can also export. When we did the executive order, just looking at the numbers and we did very detailed analysis, just implementing this executive order will bring down cost of production by about 12% for many of these products on a unit by unit case basis. So our interventions are very specific, are very targeted, and they maybe if you resolve some power issues, even if you reduce for some reason, power also is a big chunk of what we spend in manufacturing. So our goal is to make sure that our manufacturers are competitive, that they can compete, that they can produce at reasonable prices, because the goal is also the millions of people that need those products. So collaboration between countries. I've been approached by several countries who said they want to replicate PVAC. And I jokingly said to them, oh, it's very easy. You only need to clone Dr. Mohammed Ali Pate and put him in those countries and you see PVAC. Just make sure that we keep the original Dr. Pate here in Nigeria when we do that. But it just shows that, look, people are taking note, but this calls for collaboration. We want to move ahead. The Nigerian pharmaceutical sector, I think, is poised for growth, but we also want to do it within a regional framework so that we're not competing with each other as countries. Even the 24 products, we can always look at, which countries have the comparative advantage, which, in terms of distribution, in terms of raw materials and those kind of things. So partnership is good, and HFN, thank you. I think today we are signing an MOU between PVAC and the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria. That will have three key areas. One is joint policy advocacy. We'll be doing this, and HFN actually was a party to the executive order. They've been discussing this with government for a couple of years before we came up on board. So now we're going to identify additional policies that we can, focus on and get those implemented. We're going to be looking at coordinated investment promotion, bringing partnerships to Nigeria, and then strengthening aspect of the healthcare value chain. So we're looking forward to it. And I think really the key is, again, execution. Again, Dr. Obi said it. We have too many plans. We have too many reports. The key is really to execute. And here in Nigeria, we're ready to execute with the support and help of every one of you. So thank you very much, Remy.
Sometimes you have to break your own protocol. So even though you did a very thorough, rousing applause for that very inspiring keynote, now I want to use one of my cards to say, please give him another round of applause. Probably the only time I will solicit applause. We had many great things. There have been many great promises that are being kept, and impact is starting to show. Well, let's say results are starting to show. Impact is a little further down the line. But perhaps I could challenge Abdul, similar to what Dr. Pate does, the state of the nation's health, a report he published last year, which many ministers over the years have never done, despite it being a National Health Act requirement. So can you commit to a state of PVAC report that we showed all of these things in numbers so that we can truly appreciate the traction you have brought to our industry? Way to go, way to go, way to go, way to go. Thank you very much. We were supposed to take the MOU signing right now because, as I said, there's a Ministerial Oversight Committee meeting going on. Even though he has got permission, he still needs to join and all of that. But I've managed to appeal to him to please exercise some patience. The president has landed and she'll be with us shortly. And I also want you to listen to the first panel session. So with his kind permission, we will continue with the panel session and we'll have a lot that builds on what he has already said. So thank you, Abdul, for accommodating that request. For the panel session, essentially the way this has been designed by the very capable HFN team. And by the way, before I go further, as I talk about the HFN team, let me recognize some members of the EXCO who are here. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Chinyere Okorocha, the Publicity Secretary. Please rise to be recognized. Okay. And seated next to her is Babari Deolayode of Roche, who's been here all morning, Financial Secretary. Please also, let's recognize him. And Regan Rowland, the Treasurer of HFN, is in the room. Okay, good to have you all. And public service announcement, there is free Wi-Fi, so I know you all have your own data, but how about conserving and using the one HFN has paid for? So in capital letters, look out for the Hilton Wi-Fi if you need it. It's LSY J4D. LSY J4D, all uppercase. I hope that helps. And now I was going to describe the structure of the dialogues we're going to be having today. The roundtable is broken into 3 segments. The first will build on the several things that have been said in the goodwill and the keynote, which is how does the policy environment and the regulatory framework support the drive towards increased pharmaceutical manufacturing that is local as well as regional. And that's going to be anchored by the moderator for the session, who is none other than, and I have to introduce her properly because this is a lady who is doing many great things. And before I give you a peek into who exactly she is, she's known as Infinity because her energy is boundless. She's also known as Infinity because her doggedness knows no barriers. But what's most important is that she's infinitely convinced that technology in digital form should not be the preserve of any part of the world, and we have what it takes locally. She's built something that she may get a chance to speak about, but as she's moderating, I'm not sure if that will come, but I need to say that she's built something which the regulators can probably speak to, that is called the Document Compliance Engine, the first and only submission management software that thoroughly reviews common technical documents, which Dr. Adigwe had mentioned, submissions, recalculates formulation tables and overages, assesses product quality based on APIs, and intelligently builds complete CTDs. Please join me in welcoming Irene Unwakwa. Irene, that's what happens when I call you Irene only all the time. I'm not sure if I've murdered your surname. Now, please make your way, whichever way is most convenient, as I call up the rest of your panel to join you on that stage. Also, to have this session, it will be preceded by a presentation by the Director General of a foremost regulatory agency, which is on its way to become a stringent regulatory authority. ML3 in the bag, another ML3 coming. That ML3 is for imported products and stuff. Another ML3 on its way for vaccines, and aspirations for ML4, which is the ultimate. Please join me in welcoming the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, who is very ably represented by Mr. Samson Fatoki, the Deputy Director, Pharma Operations at the Drug Evaluation and Research Unit or Directorate of the agency. Co-regulating the pharma industry in Nigeria is the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria. There are many overlaps, and I'm sure that they work those out for efficiency between them, especially in the area of good manufacturing practice and similar things. And so the registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria is also supposed to join this panel. I don't see him in the room. Is PCN represented here? Oh, please, kindly join me in welcoming the PCN representative. I will learn his name as he approaches. Or better still, he will introduce himself properly once he's there. You're welcome. You know, Obi Adigwe, and before him, in my time, there was Kola, his name escapes me, you remind me. I don't know what PMG man has got right, that when they hire executive secretaries, they're usually men of timber and caliber. And as you see this gentleman walk up the stage, you will agree with me that he is, as I've described. Join me in welcoming Frank Moneme, the Executive Secretary of Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Group of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. And lastly, to complete this panel, we have a veteran of the industry, a former director at GSK, Mr. Omonide Ehiebolo. He's of the PDIC Manufacturing Consultancy Services. Please join me in welcoming Omo. I'll hand over the microphone to Irene now, and she will set the stage before inviting Mr. Samson Fatoki to make the opening presentation.
I think it's just easier if I stand up. Like, good afternoon, everyone, or still morning. Good morning, everyone. I've been awake for too long, I guess. My name is Irene Mokwa. I'm the CEO and founder of Infinity Health Africa. And this is a very, very interesting session that is very dear to my heart as well, because I didn't mean to venture into regulatory. I did it because everybody asked me, you've done 16 years in pharma. How did you get your NAFDAC permit? And so, you know, the question now became, why are they struggling with it and how can we help? Today, we want to have a really robust conversation on, you know, regulatory policy and harmonization, and, you know, how do we really make this significantly easier, more help build compliance while maintaining the quality. I really, you know, resonated with Dr. Janet's goodwill message when she started and was saying that, you know, local manufacturing does not mean local poor quality. And so, you know, how do we ensure that we are keeping to the standards? It's one of the reasons why, you know, as Dr. Remy said, we built DCE. DCE was a brainchild because we went to PVAC and we said, we can help. And PVAC said, okay, go and do a proof of concept. And in 4 months, we built the first enterprise SaaS. Enterprise SaaS means software as a service that not only reviews common technical documentation, but reviews it at a precision that is not available anywhere in the world today. We presented this 2 weeks ago at the Malaria Commodities Workshop. And, you know, what we do is create a base for manufacturers to be able to self-regulate before you even submit. So before you're even going to NAFDAC and you're saying, you know, what is the challenge with my dossier? What is the challenge with my documentation? You already have, you know, an idea of what is correct. We've also layered it with, you know, software that helps you intelligently build your CTDs. And we hope and believe that this will set the stage to getting Africa ready for ECTD, because that's where the world is going to today. So without further ado, I would like to please welcome Dr. Fatoki to please give us his opening remarks. Thank you. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on the well-established protocols. And I think I would love, let me seek your indulgence so that I stand to be able to see what the DJ asked me to present. Okay, first of all, let me apologize on behalf of the DG NAFDAC. She had a compelling official assignment outside the country, and she has to be there for the sake of our country, and directed me to do this on her behalf. And within the short time, we're speaking on NAFDAC roadmap for local manufacturers. Sorry, the screen is gone? Okay. For local pharmaceutical manufacturing and industrial incentives for Nigerian manufacturers. Next slide, please. Generally, from all we've been saying, there is a local consensus about the fact that the way to go is local manufacturing. Of course, you will agree with me that at different fora, it has always been said that local manufacturing is the way to go if we want to secure the health of our country, if we want to secure the health of our region, if we want to secure the health of our nation. At different fora, the WHO, DG, NAFDAC DG, and a whole lot of everyone in the room here have that consensus that it's all about local manufacturing, or else there will be moral failure on our part. Next slide, please. Yes, the NAFDAC story, it's a long story that it's difficult to tell within 10 minutes. But I must say that, since the inception of the current administration in NAFDAC, a whole lot has been done to ensure that there is a lot of alliance in terms of regulatory harmonization, in terms of attaining certification, call it ISO, call it maturity level 3. And thank you very much, Dr. Femi, you talked about the fact that maturity level 3 and we're aspiring on our way to maturity level 4. The audit will be coming up very soon. Part of the reason why the DG is not around. And a whole lot of things happening within the regulatory sphere, just to make sure that NAFDAC is suitably positioned to have oversight on local manufacturing. Next slide. Now, this is the bulk of what we do. And I must thank Dr. Jane because the PMPA emphasizes the issue of regulatory system strengthening. No matter what you have in place, if the regulatory system is weak, then local manufacturing will not be a reality. So that's why for NAFDAC, achieving that maturity level 3 based on this regulatory function, that was a lot of work. It was a 4-year project, started in 2019, and 2022, 3 years after, we were pronounced maturity level 3, but in all this function. But just this year, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, we were re-benchmarked for maturity level 3. And to the glory of God, and because of the completion from all our support partners, Nigeria was re-benchmarked successfully as a maturity level 3 country. I think that deserves a round of applause. So now, before all this happened, once upon a time in our country in the 80s and 90s, if you see what local manufacturing was, it was in a pathetic situation. That's what you see there. Please, the next one, please. This is what we had once upon a time. It was horrible. But I'm happy to say that as a result of interventions from NAFDAC being the regulatory, having the regulatory oversight, this is now what we are. This factory is in Lagos. Another one in Kwara State, we see, please, just press the button. Yeah, thank you very much. So that's what we have now. And it's beginning to show up that, look, this is something doable and we can secure the health of our people. Next slide, please. Please, go back. Yeah. If I stop at this slide, that would just be it. I must say that in 2017 to 2019, thanks to USAID and UNIDO for giving that support, we had a 2-year roadmap for all our pharmaceutical manufacturers in Nigeria. At the end of that activity, using the WHO GMP quality standard, 17 quality elements, we had 15% of our manufacturers were only operating at the level of WHO GMP compliance. 85% were non-compliant, and that could worry anyone. And now, after that, we had what we call CAPA Clinic, CAPA Plant Submission, looking at these manufacturers, giving them a lot of advice on how to improve and become compliant. It's a whole lot of work. That happened, and between 2017 and 2022, we had a series of follow-up inspection, CAPA Clinic, and of course, at the end of 2022, the compliance level increased to 26%. But we are still not satisfied. We are moving on. And at the end of last year, we are currently having 31% companies, local manufacturers compliant up to the WHO GMP. And you will agree with me that it was within this window we have some of our, one particular of our local manufacturer having a WHO GMP pre-qualification for their product. And no, please stay on that slide. I need to please go back. Go back, please. Okay. Now, we're now beginning to see that because of the interventions, which I'm going to mention very briefly, we are beginning to see a kind of increased compliance, increased utilization of idle capacity. We are beginning to entertain requests and applications for local manufacturing, contract manufacturing. And then we're beginning to see increased patronage of some of our local manufacturers by procurement agencies. All these are positive indices pointing in the right direction. Yes. let me stay on this. Now, on this is a summary of a high-level overview of the intervention we've made. 5+5 policy, all targeted at promoting local manufacturing. What is 5+5? It simply means that if you have been importing for 5 years, before you can get the renewal for the final 5 years, you will need to provide a blueprint for migration to local manufacturing. Without that blueprint, your renewal of the imported product which you've been importing for 5 years will not be granted. So, and the 5+5 policy or regulatory directive, as we call it, has worked tremendously. And we're beginning to see a lot of migration. And as a result of that, NAFDAC brought in an intervention on farmer layout reviews, that if you want to build a pharmaceutical industry, one of the things we identified during the GMP roadmap was that the design of our facilities are poorly done. And you know, once you get it wrong from the root, no matter what comes up, it's all a disaster. So we brought that into play, and between 2001 to date, we have received over 176 applications. Out of that, 92% of that, which is 161, have received regulatory approval in terms of their drawing, their design. This 176 includes both, existing manufacturers. I remember when Cody's came to NAFDAC, we talked about these layout reviews, and we talked about it to an extent, and that's why they are there today. So 161 companies, out of that, as of today, we have about 27% of those are completed. 27% facility erected, new facilities as well as the existing one. The new facilities are about 10% of that number, and the retrofitted ones are about 17%. While the ongoing, those that are still building, those that are still constructing, those that are still at one stage or the other, it's about 73%. And you see the statistics there. Now, as part of what we do, we also ensure that we put out the ceiling list. What is the ceiling list? Ceiling list is a product, 36 products, which means that those 36 products cannot be imported. It's the exclusive right of the local manufacturers. There's a whole lot of encouragement around that, because that was like a very good input into the 5+5 policy. And you now see manufacturers trying to meet up compliance to make sure that they can manufacture this. Because if you don't fulfill all the 17 quality elements, you are still not compliant, no matter how good you are. So that is the ceiling list, is available, freely available online. And we talked about centralized GMP inspection. Prior to 2017, what we have is that Nigeria being a big country, we have 36 states plus FCT, and then it became a lot of challenge because knowledge gap was so much in between the states. So I must thank USA that you did it once again. They brought together this approach of centralized inspection. What is done now is that we have what you call designated inspectors, and they have different cadres. So you have the lead inspectors, the co-inspectors, and the training inspectors, all in a bid to also close that skills gap and ensure that the lead inspectors, there are not too many at the moment, but we are trying to multiply competence, about 18 of them. These are WHO trained GMP inspectors within NAFDAC, and they lead inspections to all these other sites. And year on, year out, we try to designate as well, based on a lot of parameters. I won't go into details, but one of our policies is this centralized GMPs, and it has brought up a lot in terms of supporting the companies in the area of CAPA clinic. The CAPA clinic concept started during the GMP roadmap. I said that earlier, but we didn't stop there. We still continue. What means is this? Because for the local industries, nobody will help your industry except you. So as a local NRA, what we do is that when we've done an inspection, GMP inspection, conducted an inspection, or it could be dossier assessment, and the manufacturer is having challenge with addressing those issues. So what we do is we organize this CAPA clinic and itemize these issues as they are, and give them the understanding from the background of the GMP requirement on how to address this in a very systematic way. That has helped a lot. In fact, when SWIFA, permit me to say that, and when SWIFA got the WHO pre-qualification, that was one thing that helped them. They were having issues of how do we address some of these observations that were made during WHO GMP inspection from Geneva. And then the regulators sat with them and we were able to address this. Of course, we were also here, part of our intervention also includes multi-stakeholder engagement. We must thank PVAC, thank NIPRI, it's been wonderful. The collaboration is tailing towards one thing, making Nigeria a self-reliant nation when it comes to local manufacturing. And I'm sure earlier than you think we will get there. You know, in Nigeria, permit me to speak in local language, they say, Nigeria, they carry last. Am I right? The point is that we are set to achieve that goal. Please, and this is some of the things we are doing, some of the things we have done. But permit, I don't have all the time. I tell you to tell you about some of the things we're doing. 10 minutes will not be enough. But to end it all, someone said earlier, I mean about 2 or 3 speakers earlier, that we need more work, more action. We have all the beautiful policies, we have all the whatever, but we need to go back and put in more work. Just for the records, I need to say that the 5+5 regulatory directive and all the interventions I've mentioned about, as of today, has attracted nearly $2 billion investment in infrastructure and technology in the local industries. The data is there, the data is available, and it's really, really gladdening that Nigeria was on the trajectory to move on. And just to round up, I would say, as we said in the local production forum in Copenhagen in 2023, we must think globally, plan regionally, and act nationally. Thank you very much, everyone.
A round of applause for Dr. Fatoki. Thank you very, very much, sir. That was a very, very rich conversation, and you know, I like very much how you have linked the action to the impact. At the end of the day, what really counts and what really makes all this that we're doing today worth it is the impact on the economy, the impact on the common man, the impact on drug safety, you know, in Nigeria and, you know, and by extension, Africa. So I'm going to actually start with you, sir, if you don't mind. What I was going to do, just to do a quick introduction of everybody. I know that some of us are representing others. So if you could just do a really quick introduction, and then, you know, we could go that way, and then I'll come that way. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Samson Fatoki, Deputy Director in charge of Pharma Operations, NAFDAC, representing the DG NAFDAC here. Thank you.
I think it's working now. Good morning, all. Good morning, Dr. Abdul. You don't have to worry too much. The registrar is considering making you a pharmacist. Yeah, you can issue a license. Yeah, my name is Mwara Obaleke. I work with the Registrar of the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria, and unfortunately, I'm a little late because he was the one on his way here, but had to turn back. Because in the course of the conversation, I'll tell us why, because it has a lot to do with what we're talking about this morning. Thank you.
My name is Omon Ehigebolo, consultant. I'm a partner with PDIC, local manufacturing advocates, and we're very keen on driving the conversations around contract manufacturing and how we can improve Nigeria's competitiveness, especially in the export space for pharma within Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, all. Frank Moneme is my name. I am the junction box to all the pharmaceutical manufacturing and life science companies in Nigeria. Glad to be here.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. As you can see, we're very, very well represented here, both public, private, and junction box between public and private. And I think we're going to start with the junction box. Please, if you could just really quickly, you know, give us a bit of the PMG-MAN mandate and really how, you know, how regulation has impacted local manufacturing in Nigeria and what you think can be done better.
Thank you so much for that. I'll start by, I just want to do a quick, you know, I do this all the time. I don't know how many CEOs of local pharma manufacturing companies are in here. Just indicate by raising up your hand. What about executive directors? 1, 2, 3. Fantastic. I do that so that we really know, most times when we have conversations, I always say, these conversations, are we doing it to say, okay, just to have conversation? Or are we really want those that will benefit from me to be in the room? And I always advocate, while we're having this conversation, please, we should make room, seriously, for those that are manufacturing. Because you can see only 1, 2, 3 people are in this room. Others are all policy conversations. And I'm advocating that the manufacturer should actually be in the room to be part of this conversation. We last 2 weeks we were in Ghana, and all manufacturers, but about 50% of us were in that room in Ghana, and they were so impressed. And when you're having conversation, you really feel the impact. So when people make input, they tell from how the experience they are having. Anyway, I just said I should put it on the table. So next conversation we're going to have it in Lagos, or we have it in Otta. So for us as PNG Man, a good number of members today, the last I checked, thank you, Dr. Abdul and your team. You guys are doing a lot of job. The DG NAFDAC 5+5 is doing a lot of work. The last I checked, we'll have 200 plus local pharmaceutical manufacturing companies. And if I'm to look at it again, last week I just came back and I was looking at about 15 companies waiting on the list for us, because for you to be a member of PNG Man, we'll do self-regulatory. We'll send auditors to your facilities. We want to actually know, are you packaging or are you manufacturing? Are you just building facility? So we want to know, are you actually manufacturing? So the last I checked, we have about 15 waiting lists for us to visit the facilities to know if actually they are members, they are manufacturing. So for us as a PNG Man, we do self-regulation. Our vision is to ensure that safe, quality, and affordable medicines are manufactured in Nigeria. And very key to us, you hear a lot of conversation on medicine security. Way back before 2018, we developed a concept of medicine security. That was in the time of Dr. Obi Adigwe. And the concept of medicine security is simple. Until you're on the driver's seat on how the medicines, life science products you use or consume are produced, until you exact sufficient input, until you take ownership on how those products are produced. Access to safe, access to quality, access to affordable medicines, achieving the sustainable development goals, all of them will continue to be conversations, rhetorics. So until you take ownership, until you contribute, hugely to that, that's when you can actually say you are in control. And we've been on that trenches. I remember 2019, I spoke to National Council on Industry, Trade, and Investment. I spoke to National Council on Health, and I said, this should be a priority, or else in the times of crisis, we'll be in a mess. And it happened 2020, we saw ourselves in a mess. And I'm happy that, we've been able to gather momentum, and the good thing, like Dr. Obi and others spoke on, the political will, we do have it now. So for us as PNG Man, what we do is focus more on, galvanizing the industry to close the gap in access to medicine. And beyond that, contributing to national development. If you look at the numbers, I always tell people, please take time. Most policymakers find time to go to ENZO around 4, 5 o'clock in the evening. Right, 5. Go to EMZO, go to Mayor Baker, go to SKG. You'll be amazed the number of people you see coming out from that facility. And that will tell you the number of jobs. In fact, if you stop some of those companies, there will be another insecurity in that state. So we are not just closing the gap in access to medicine. We are creating jobs. We are paying tax. We are doing a lot of things. And on that note, I think we beyond that, we are putting our name in the map in Africa. When I say 200 local pharmaceutical manufacturing companies, I put the list on our booths in Ghana, and everybody, the development partners, they all come and start taking pictures. I said, do you really have these numbers? And I said, yes, we have, and we're having more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, a louder round of applause. This is really, really fantastic. It's good to hear. I also have had the privilege of going to, Agbara and, some of the manufacturing sites as well. And it's really, really impressive what is happening and how the landscape is changing. I think my next question is going to Mr. Omon. As an advocate for local manufacturing, how do you see, us supporting PMG Man, to keep this momentum, to grow this in real time?
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said. It's difficult to follow Frank. His passion shines through. I think for us as consultants, I think it's important for us to understand we stand on the facts and we try to bring the facts into the room. It's important for us to know that today, drugs are not like any other commodity. You have two layers to competitiveness for drugs. First is the regulatory competitiveness, and that's out of the hands of the manufacturers. And that is who is stamping your drugs as quality. It's extremely important. And that's why we're very proud of what NAFDAC is doing. I'm not saying because NAFDAC is here, but in various conversations, the current DG of NAFDAC has been very forefront in driving global recognition of the agency, and it has done a great job. ML3 compliance is fantastic, but it's important to also note, when you think about the facts, think about your competition. We're in a global space. Today, within Africa, our biggest competition in the competitive landscape of drug production or manufacturing is China, India, Vietnam, and a couple of Asian countries. But biggest is India and China. Within Africa is South Africa, Morocco, Egypt. This is real. Comparatively, these are our competition. So if we're going to beat them, we have to understand what they're doing very well. And for us to understand for us to get better than them, we need to understand where they stand. Today, NAFDAC is ML3. The only ML4, which is the highest regulatory global recognition you can get, is in South Africa. Every other person is trying to catch up, okay? So it's good that from a regulatory point of view, we have NAFDAC trying to get to ML4. So that's our reality. So we need to encourage NAFDAC. Anything that NAFDAC needs, I think you need to tell PVAC, because it's also important to understand what PVAC has done. In the healthcare space, you see a lot of silos. I'm coming from the industry and I know how siloed the healthcare space can be. And I find it extremely useful what PVAC is doing, which is aggregating these conversations. And I think we need to do more. So I know you've given a very good representation. I met you in Lagos. More has to be done. We need to talk about what we're doing centrally, because it's a total ecosystem. You can't talk about drug manufacturing without talking about the ecosystem. And the ecosystem involves the regulatory arm, involves the production, involves the customs, involves financing. It also involves research and development, which NIPRIT spoke about. And not just research from NIPRIT, it's also research from the universities, because you have to train the next generation of talent that we need in the industry for you to be competitive. So just to keep it as short as possible, it's important for us to understand that today we are on a trajectory for competitiveness. We're getting better. If I look at where we are today versus where we were 10 years ago, I mean, it's night and day. I remember when we started the conversation on AMA and harmonization. We're not talking about harmonization of drugs. We're talking about harmonization of consumer products. That conversation is still in the room. Today, you still cannot ship a product from Nigeria with a NAFDAC regulatory stamp into Ghana or Togo or Sierra Leone without their local regulatory agency second stamping it. That doesn't happen in the EU or any other place. But those drugs will leave India and land in Africa, and you don't need a second person to stamp it, because most times people expect that they've gone through the regulation. So from a regulatory point of view, we know that NAFDAC is on the right track, but we need to support NAFDAC to continue on this. And NAFDAC has to do a lot more on advocacy. And also, second point for NAFDAC, NAFDAC has to lead the conversation on harmonization. It has to happen. Drugs from Nigeria have to be recognized outside. Then secondly, on competitiveness, we need to improve our productive capacity. Financing is a big issue. We've talked about it extensively. We need to get better financing for manufacturing in Nigeria. We also need to get to the point where we can export drugs from Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I think that was a very passionate appeal. And we're looking forward to seeing a lot more cross-border trade. I've had the privilege to speak with, some central medical stores across Francophone Africa. And, there are simple problems, that we can solve by just collaborating within the ECOWAS corridor. And I think that, that exploring that opportunity is one that has immediate results for us. I'm super excited actually to hear what PCN has for us. We were promised something very interesting. And so I'm just going to waive the question and just cede the floor to you, sir, please. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much again. So when you're asking NAFDAC what they need, you should also ask PCN what it needs, because ML3 could not have been gotten without PCN. PCN was responsible for the registration component of ML3, which is very critical. And we're also currently being further benchmarked to ML4, because you know that for a facility to be called a manufacturing facility, for it to be called a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility, PCN must say it is so. So PCN can designate this room as a manufacturing facility if it deems it fit. And then if it does not, NAFDAC cannot come in to do anything. So at the very foundation of pharmaceutical manufacturing is PCN. Secondly, the person who manufactures that product, who converts those APIs, those chemicals, whether of natural or synthetic origin, and conforms it to the NAFDAC standard, is usually a pharmacist. And the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria regulates that pharmacist. Beyond that, the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria determines the knowledge of standard that that person requires to be called a pharmacist. So you see, we produce the pharmacist who produce the medicine and determines where this medicine is produced. So you need to also ask us what we need. Yeah. Generally, the Japanese will say, "Yuishina, yuishikanai." Speed is nothing without control. We are looking forward to having a robust manufacturing system that will satisfy the needs of every Nigerian, zero imports, and so on and so forth. But there's one very critical component you are missing: drug distribution. No manufacturer will survive in a chaotic distribution system. I'm sure the manufacturers here will tell you their biggest nightmare is not production. I'm not saying production is not key. Now imagine a manufacturer, Frank Monemi and his group, putting billions of dollars in R&D and come up with products, and they cannot sell it. I know some pharmaceutical companies on their books will see, when they do AC Nelson research, AC Nelson is an audit firm, you see that your products have 75% penetration in the Nigerian market. But unfortunately, your sales director is telling you that you have just 2% penetration from what you sell. And you go yourself round and you see your products are everywhere, but it's not your own. And the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria is responsible for ensuring proper distribution. So why is the registrar not here? You recall that we have a very peculiar challenge in Africa and in the world generally. Nigeria is the only country in this world where you find drugs and tomatoes sold side by side. It's also the only country in Nigeria, in the world, where I don't even have to go to school and I'll sell medicines. It is not our fault. That was what we inherited. Somebody will say, where was PCN when this open drug market, which is a fundamental challenge of the Nigerian pharmaceutical system, the open drug markets? Where were you? But unfortunately, it was not us. The first Poison and Pharmacy Ordinance of Nigeria was created by the Poison and Pharmacy Ordinance of 1936, a colonial law that gave the opportunity to anybody and everybody to sell medicines. Over the years, policy somersaults, policy up and down. We had cases where people were now regulating themselves. They were government to themselves and created the major drug markets and the minor ones. You know, when we talk about drug market, talk about Idumota, Ariaria, Headbridge, and Sabongeri, right? But I'll tell you there are about 20, 25 more that are not under the radar. I'm sure the manufacturers, you know this. Do you sell there, sir? So, no matter what you do, you need to get distribution right. That is what will even create the sustainability for the manufacturers, whether local or international. The registrar is not here again because we need to relocate those markets. There was a government in Nigeria that told us, look, you cannot do that because we will not win election. If you do that, we will not win election. But fortunately for us, today, the renewed hope agenda is really renewing the hope. Because this president has said, it doesn't matter, let's do the right thing. The minister, Professor Muhammad Ali Pate, I have not seen somebody who does not care the political outcomes of doing the right thing. He has said this must be done, and it will be done. So the registrar is currently preparing an update for him as to where we are so far with relocating those markets. And serious conversations are going on. Sabongeri market has been successfully relocated. Onitsha is currently working on, I personally oversee the assessment on behalf of PCN for Onitsha and Aba. Idumota is strong. But as we speak right now, the PCN has shut down over 2,000 unregistered premises right now as we're speaking in Lagos. Right now as we're speaking. So they are also doing very well. The city pharmaceuticals in Lagos are doing very well to ensure that that complex is being built. But we want to probably let us know what the CWC concept is all about, because a lot of people don't know. They think it's just a market. The CWC concept is a place where pharmaceutical products are going to be sold to legal buyers under strict conditions. We should be in a system where, the central bank governor today can tell you how much was withdrawn from the ATM machine in Okitiboba or in Ilela. So we should be able to tell you how many vials of pentazocine was dispensed or sold by company ABC in Sangota. That is where we're going to. And that is one thing that every manufacturer will be glad to see happen in Nigeria. Now, to also make it very easy, once upon a time, they'll tell you, PCN, you have come to inspect our factory. After 2 weeks, NAFDAC has also come. But there's a harmonization today. We have an MOU, and we're working together. Thank you.
A very, very big round of applause for PCN. I am super, super excited to hear of all the fantastic things. I started my career, some 17 years ago as a rep. So I know that drug market very well. And finding lasting solution is really, really what is key. The political will, I think we all spoke about political will today and how important it is in driving the reforms that we're looking for today in our healthcare sector. I'm really glad that, there is that political will to drive those reforms. May I add one thing? May I ask one thing? That as we do this today, one of the ways that we can leapfrog and drive compliance is through digital innovation, digital technology. That as we move, from Headbridge, from the drug market to the CWC, that they are moving in with a new system from the start. Like if we have e-dispensing today, if we have a lot of these systems today, that compliance one is easier, is faster to catch, uncompliant people. And, it builds a whole lot of confidence and trust, which is required, today in our local markets. Thank you so much, sir. So as we round up this, I'm going to ask, we're going to round up with our Oga from NAFDAC, Dr. Fatoki. And it's also a question that is close to my heart, which is technology. NAFDAC has been leading the forefront today in technology in the pharma sector. There's a lot, from DMS to the new NAPAMs to, don't worry, I know all the platforms. Okay. So I just want like really 1 minute. What should we look forward to? We've seen what has happened so far. What should we look forward to technologically?
Okay, I eavesdropped and I heard Dr. Feli telling her, there's going to be a session that is devoted to innovations, technology, and all that. But generally speaking, a high-level overview is that a lot is happening in NAFDAC in terms of, digital innovations. You talked about NAPAMs. There's a lot of systems we are putting in place in terms of regulatory information management systems, thanks to support partners and all that. Just a few days ago, UNICEF is talking to us about the issue of, digitalizing our GMP inspection processes. A whole lot. I don't want to take the words from John Kayode to do that, but I think it's important to also mention that in terms of harmonization, NAFDAC is doing a lot. Currently, NAFDAC is with South Africa. No, I think with Egypt, the only ICH observers on ICH, and in a couple of weeks to come, a good news will come from that end in terms of membership. In terms of the thank to Alda Nepad for the African Medicine Agency, which was recently established. There's a lot of collaboration going on in terms of harmonization, just to make sure that we have the same global standards and there can be regulatory reliance. Like you rightly said, I mean, of what purpose is it? If I manufacture a drug in Nigeria as a maturity level 3 country, and that same drug cannot be accepted in South Africa, cannot be accepted in Ghana. A whole lot of discussion is going on around there, and I'm telling you that it's a matter of time. The MA3 countries in Africa, about 8 or 9 of them, they signed an agreement not too long ago, to rely on each other, and the modalities are being worked out. But from the West Africa perspective, I must say that with the West Africa Medicine Regulatory Harmonization, Nigeria has benefited to a large extent. Some of our manufacturers sitting here, I can see them here, and they can bear me witness. They've had to export to other African countries based on the West African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization. Just 2 weeks ago, we were admitted into PICS as a pre-applicant. PICS is Pharmaceutical Inspection Cooperation Scheme. And very soon you will hear that Nigeria becomes a seat to PICS, because these are a whole lot of harmonization effort that is going on. And with my brother in the room, like you said, we have an MOU. Thankfully, they did 1 out of 8, of the maturity level 3. We have 8 functions. They were solely responsible for licensing establishment, while NAFDAC took care of the remaining 7. It's an ongoing thing, and together everybody wins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatoke. We've really had, very eye-opening conversations, and we want to throw just 2 questions to the audience. If you have any questions for anyone on the panel, please do raise up your hand. Someone will be there with a mic to answer this question, to give you to speak, to ask your question, sorry. Any questions from the audience?
Right. Thank you so much. Mine is actually a comment, and have it in, I think I have 2. I'll start first with PCN. I'm not sure if you're aware of the PharmIT platform that was developed during President Yakasai period. Took almost about 2 years to put that together. And you were talking about the digital aspect of drug distribution. This was a work that was done, and inside that PharmIT, there is the CWC also was there as a wholesale part of it. I was looking at the entire value chain of distribution from the top, from importers and manufacturers up to the retailers, and then also looking at the finance part of it. So there were banks that were ready to finance it. At the back end was developed by CHAMS. And then you had the front end, the softwares also all completed. Now, it's possible that there are things that might need to be tweaked and all that, but it's already there, and a lot of people worked on that for 2 years to get it done. So maybe that's something that you might want to look at in addition to what you're currently doing, and thank you for that. The other thing I was going to say is that what is happening now in Nigeria is unprecedented, and our executive secretary has already talked a lot about that. We're all in Ghana. But sometimes I feel there's still a lot of help that's needed, because when we're in Ghana, we heard a vaccine, a guy was presenting and he was talking about getting a grant of $10 million from the Ghana government directly. We haven't had that sort of support in this country. And I said to you that, these are serious investments that's taking place. And you will see a lot of funds coming from abroad. And sometimes when those funds come from abroad, they are either subsidized, they are grants from the countries that are trying to enter into the African markets, not just Nigeria. So you have Chinese coming in, the Indians, of course, because they know that we have the market. It's an opportunity for them to also grow their own businesses and all that. But for us, and I know that Dr. Mukhtar has heard this so many times, financing is crucial. When you're borrowing money at the sort of rates that we borrow in Nigeria, it's very difficult to remain competitive and to be profitable when some others are getting subsidized funds, or they're even getting grants. So, and I know that, it's difficult for the government to do this for everybody, you understand? But this has to be critically looked at, and it's been talked around when Professor Adewale was the minister. He talked about, he had lots of meetings with us. I was talking about having a special bank, pharmaceutical bank or something like that, where you can have a special rates loan for the industry. And I think we need to go back to this. No company can survive borrowing money at the sort of rates that we are borrowing money. Forget about the commercial loans. That's a no-go area. Okay. But even the bridge that some banks are offering now with BOI, will still land you around 18%, 20%. Come on. What's the sort of profits, your net profit that you're expecting at the end of the year to have to be paid? So basically, we're all working for banks unless something happens. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor Yakora would like to have a...
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Jimmy Zanakora. Dr. Fatuki, good to see you again. I'm excited to see what has happened in the GMP roadmap. 2017, when we were doing it, was really a visionary thing. My question is, you said that you have 31% compliance. That's huge. I know what it was. But now, what is the plan? Because you see, those who are complying, their cost of operation is very much higher than those who are not complying. So they are in the same marketplace. So it's a disincentive. So it should be something that we need to do urgently to make sure that those who are complying don't run out of business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yakura. 2017 to 2019 was a landmark achievement for us at this country for GMP roadmap. Just like you said, there is a whole lot of incentives for the compliant manufacturers. Let me just give you one instance. You see, sometimes the UN procurement agencies, also procuring agencies, will normally communicate with us and ask us and say, look, we put out a tender and several companies are bid. These are the companies. Can we know those who think that are qualified? Of course, but we are not going to give, if you are not complying, we are not going to give you. And we've done that a number of times for UNOPS, for UNICEF, for, Medicine Sans Frontiers and a whole lot. So there is a cost to quality and there is return on investment for quality. Now, for the non-compliant manufacturers, one thing is very certain. There is a lot of closures as I'm talking now. My colleague here mentioned about distribution outlets for manufacturers too. From the figure I showed earlier, we have close to 40 manufacturers that are currently sealed. And the whole essence of sealing is because they need to comply to GMP requirement. Please note that non-compliance doesn't really mean that it's very bad. What it really means is that there are 17 quality elements. If one of them, we are not meeting one of them, you are still non-compliant. So, and we use what we call the risk-based approach. We have risk-based categorization and all that. And the Nigerian pharmaceutical manufacturers, it's a healthy rivalry. Everybody wants to belong to the green zone, and they are aware. So there is a healthy rivalry coming up, and a lot of manufacturers are, I must give it to them, in spite of we just had what Kodik said in terms of the economic environment, in terms of financing. In spite of all that, you'll be very amazed that these guys are doing this. One told me just yesterday, he invested up over 11 million USD just to build a medium-sized plant. I mean, that's a whole lot. And for those kind of manufacturers, having been inspected, complying and all that, of course, and not only that, for their dossiers, when they are bringing in their dossiers for local manufacturers, that for imported products, there are windows when you can submit, and you can't submit more than 2 dossiers. But for local manufacturers, it's limitless. And we encourage them and say, look, do this. If your product is, permit me to use this technical language, if your product is BCS class 1 or class 3, we give you a bio waiver. And then we just do, look at your comparative resolution. Within a short time, you are in the market. So there is a whole lot going on around with the compliant manufacturers. And I can assure you that when next you hear from us, by the end of this year, this statistics is going to change. Because we do this towards the end of the year. We have an annual inspection plan in January, which runs through December. At the end of December, we look at the annual inspection plan, the outcomes, and see which companies have actually migrated from the red zone to the green zone. I can assure you that by December, these statistics will be getting to like 40 or 45. Nigeria is on course. And this 70-30 imports, permit me, Dr. Mukhtar, we were looking at reversing the trend by 2030. In NAFDAC, we are actually very ambitious. And we are saying by 2027, we will reverse the trend. And with what is happening now, we can do it to become 70% local and 30% imports. That is going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give to, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I can see Dr. Jenny there. Yeah, thank you. Sir, the biggest challenge BCN has in comparison to NAFDAC is in the 4 elements, the 4 Ps, as we call them in pharmaceutical regulation. They have one, which is product, and product cannot sue you. We have personnel, premises, and practice, and it's human beings that sue us. So you see, the pharma IT and every other technology-based thing, we've encompassed them. However, we need legal instruments to actualize them. And to the glory of God, on the 17th of August, 2022, we had the new Pharmacy Council of Nigeria Establishment Act, which in it explicitly mentions electronic pharmacy in the body of the law. There are a lot of lawyers, they keep perusing your constitution to see where you have failed. So it's not something that we do out of sentiment, but we have to ensure that we have all areas covered. Thank God ePharma for FP, which has been supported by the Integrate project, is at an advanced level of doing everything electronic. So like I said, you can dispense from your factory and we'll tell you who received it in Ecotech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this has been a wonderful panel. The moderator and the panelists will have the president of HFN join them on the podium for a photograph. Again, if you've enjoyed this session and you found it insightful, you know what to do. Thank you. Yeah. Let's have the panelists, please, and the partners. So that's HFN, Auda Nepad, Dr. Mukhtar Pivak, and essentially everybody in the front row. I suspect that some people will need to stay in front while others are at the back, except if you can all fit in. Any liability insurance, HFN? I saw Linda struggling to climb this deck. Okay. Photographer? That's what I'm saying. I thought some of you should be. The people on the front row, panelists, stay where you are. The people that were seated here will be there. And then position yourselves in between. Okay, yeah. So let's do that. Okay, please. Rapid fire. Close the gap. Executive Secretary, are you running away from Irene? All right, thank you very much. You know, many of the regulators talked about corrective CAPA, corrective action, preventive action. In order to bring ourselves back in line with the program and be able to start the next session at 11:40, I think it's about 11:20 now, we'll have the signing. And while that signing, as soon as the signing is completed and, you know, we do all the honors, then we'll have a walking lunch to take, walking break rather. You take your stuff and come back in so we can start at 11:40. So the next stage will be, I'll hand over the microphone to the president, who will then introduce the next stage of the signing of the memorandum and come this way.
So good morning, everyone, and sincere apologies for being late. You know, sometimes you plan something and it doesn't go according to plan. Yesterday, I happened to be at the Nordic Health Summit, which is also very important to me because it's the Nordic countries, Denmark, Sweden, forget the other ones, Finland, and one other, and the Netherlands. And really, they are looking again to see how they can come in and support our health system. So it was very important that I was there, and they were expecting you. And it's a good thing that you didn't show up because it ended up, I think we ended about 6 p.m. So I missed my flight. So then I was supposed to be on this flight and it was 2 hours delayed. So I'm sorry I was late. But this is a very important discussion that is ongoing today, all about health sovereignty, all about local manufacturing. I was listening online, so I heard Dr. Adigwe's speech. And really, I think today is groundbreaking for us because we're sealing it with an MOU. As you know, PVAC has been kind of a partner for us over the last couple of years. And I think it's best to now formalize it around investments. We keep talking about investments. All these beautiful discussions, we can't increase local manufacturing without patient capital. And how do we get that? So that's one area we will be working together. Then the advocacy and also policy. Policy is so key. So there's a lot of work to be done. Bottom line is that private sector is geared up. HFN, we've organized ourselves so much that I think it's taking on a life of its own. In fact, it was moving. I didn't even need to be here because, you know, the train is now moving. So it's really, how do we formalize it so that, you know, it continues, it's institutionalized. And I must say thank you to, you know, our visitors, FOAPs from Ghana, Dr. Decker, Janet, I know we had to, you know, drag you down here. Dr. Peto from Togo, thank you very much. And of course, all our esteemed panelists. I think that, you know, this is really to hear from you, learn, and then from there we take it off. You know, HFN, we're really the backbone, trying to aggregate and trying to make sure that we get things done easier for you. So having said that, I think we are at the point of course, Remy, who, by the way, he was meant to be in Canada. Yes. And I said, Remy, you're anchoring this program. So he actually postponed his going back just to anchor this. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So I'll give you back the mic.
Thank you very much. This is the moment we're waiting for. We've been waiting for. We thank Dr. Abdul Mukhtar for staying back, and we're glad to have our president. Please take your seats by your corresponding folders, which you will ultimately exchange. I invite the camera that can project to the screen to be center stage. So the HFN cameraman, if you're here, position so you can project to the screen and audience can see what's going on. And usually when I see the signings going on, do you have your rep, your support person here? So usually you have someone standing beside you, and then first vice president stands there. Who is the rep to? Okay, excellent. So stand behind. Please vet, let your support vet for the momentary, like 30 seconds. to tell you that it's okay to sign, make the motion, make the motion. Okay. And now the signing can proceed. Okay, signatures have been appended. Documents will now be exchanged. And once this part is over, I request respectfully Dr. Mukhtar and Mrs. Ndili to rise with the documents standing, and then photographs will be taken. Handshake as well will do nicely. Excellent. Okay. And initial from page 2 and beyond. Even from 1, yes. Then we'll pronounce signed, sealed, and delivered. They will. Oh. Yeah. Back to the initials, yeah. That's our PR secretary, a distinguished lawyer, son in the making. She's very experienced at this. Okay, all good now. So if you please rise and then hold the folders to the camera, and then a hand. Yeah, so first of all, yep, please take your shots. This is a momentous occasion. And then the handshake, left hand holding, and then, yeah, correct. So that way. History has been made, and Dr. Abdul Mukhtar has said, then you switch again, the folders. Yes? Okay, that's a complete exchange now. Excellent. Thank you very much. We look forward to many accomplishments of this agreement, and that's the way we'll celebrate this time next year. We look forward to your, if you please come to the center now, if you don't mind, please. And then the parties, the EXCO of HFN, and then the supporting crew of PVAC to join for this photograph. HFN EXCO and PVAC. Okay, so you have 10 minutes left for your break. So audience, beware. Okay. Executive Secretary, tuck yourself in somewhere there. Okay. Cool. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Mukhtar, National Coordinator, PVAC, and Ms. Njide Ndili, President of HFN. At this point, I'd like to conclude this first dialogue session and then invite our guests to a break. As we mentioned, the break will be a walking break, if you don't mind. So please take your snacks and come right back in. We'll try and start at 11:40. I know that's ambitious. So plus or minus 5 more minutes, that should do. But please get a bite and possibly a coffee or some water and come right back in. As the popular Yoruba actor would say, everybody come inside. We've talked about the policy, setting the policy stage, and the emphasis has been on how to ensure it doesn't stay a talk shop, but transitions into effective execution and implementation. And there's no plan that can avoid being dead on arrival if it's not supported by finance. And so this next segment is going to take us through the link between what we have discussed in terms of policies and how we can blend finance into the conversation. So I'll still be convening the panel, and the structure is similar to the policy, regulation, and competitiveness session, in that there will be a lead presentation that will be followed up by a panel discussion. And to set things off, I'd like to start by inviting the moderator for this session. The session itself is focusing on focusing on financing and investment mobilization. Please join me in welcoming the senior health specialist at the World Bank, and perhaps rightly named as one of the founding fathers of HFN itself, because if there was one individual who gave the most push to see this come to life, I think Olumide Okunla is that person. Please give him a round of applause as I invite him to join. He has his unique style. I would not be surprised if he chooses not to sit, but that's entirely up to him. The lead presentation will be made by Dr. Antonia Ayeke, who is the lead program manager, Health Portfolio, European Union delegation to Nigeria. Please welcome him to the stage. Is there anything going on between Nigeria and EU? Okay, the hands are occupied. I don't want to use my last card. I have one more card for applause, but please make him feel welcome. Now we're talking. Next, financing. Many of the manufacturers were saying the kind of rates available are simply not helpful. And there's a bank in Nigeria that is dedicated to making affordable rates, or at least more affordable rates, available, and that's the Bank of Industry. So please join me in welcoming Ibrahim Ahmed Rufai, the Divisional Head, Manufacturing Large Enterprises Directorate of the Bank of Industry. You're welcome. I was asking him over the break, where is the L in his Rufai? And he said, oh, no. He comes with a lot of peaceful package. The core of this is how financing and investment can be mobilized for the manufacturers. And as the executive secretary of PMAG was alluding to, you can only have this conversation with the manufacturers themselves. And I'm happy to announce that beyond the CEOs of manufacturing firms that were in the room, there were several online as well, and the executive secretary represented them all in the earlier session. So please join me in welcoming Sami Ogunjimi, the group CEO of Codex, Nigeria and possibly West Africa's largest and probably only RDT local manufacturer. He's my brother in whom I am well pleased. And following is one of the leading pharma manufacturers in Nigeria. Emzor is a household name, has done the industry proud, held the banner high, and it's a pleasure to welcome Emeka Okoli, who is the chair of that great company. It's Emzor PLC, by the way, Emeka. It's privately held. When are you going to give us a chance to benefit from this wonderful company? Okay, just asking for a friend, by the way. And so let me invite Olumide to take this on. We'd like you to have 10 minutes. We'll be a little more strict on this, but Olumide itself is even stricter. 10 minutes for the presentation, 40 minutes panel discussion, and 10 minutes audience. Straight out, go for it.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Anthony Ayeke, and I manage the health and demography, including nutrition, portfolio of the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be talking about the topic that was assigned to me, which is basically mobilizing investment to de-risk local production. And next slide, please. And this will be the overview of the presentation. I have about 15 slides that will do in about 9 minutes. So content, opportunity, barriers, then the MAF Plus. MAF Plus is manufacturing and access to vaccines and medical products. I will just tell you basically what the EU brings on board, and then innovative financing and partnerships. And I'll end with a call to action. Next slide, please. So most of you would have heard global gateway, global gateway. Just 3 concepts I will mention quickly. There's what we call the Team Europe, and that is just the 27 member states coming together to work collaboratively. And then you have what we call flagships. Flagships are just basically what we do. So under our current financing circle, you have about 5 of them: digital, climate and energy, transport, education and research, and then health. These are very big portfolios that the EU is working on. And many times people don't know because we work through implementing partners who might not necessarily give us the credit. And then finally, Global Gateway is just the way we communicate what we do. Now, why is it important to invest in Nigeria? Why now? Now, I know I'm preaching to the converted. The market size alone is enormous. And then we're seeing increase in number of local manufacturers that are coming up right now from 115 to 138, 186. But in all of this, our import dependency is still very high. It came out very strongly in the keynote address. But there's a lot of growth potential. And we have policy goals now that is easier to align with because of the enabling environment and the ecosystem that they provide for local manufacturing. And so this is very important. There's a growing market and a compelling policy imperative for local production. And this is why it's important to be on board right now. Now, what are the barriers and the risking needs? Okay, very quickly, we have the input barriers, right? The reliance on raw materials, APIs in particular. Then you have the high capital intensity that has been alluded to in several presentations. You have the low capacity utilization, which is a big problem. And then, of course, the market and demand risk. Okay, there's so much demand uncertainty. We know what happened in South Africa during COVID when they went ahead and did some production of vaccines, but the uptake was a problem. And then, of course, we have regulatory and quality risk. Okay, so what are the levers for the investors? It is important that we're able to this is not showing, but basically, if you can see it, there are so many. Somebody can help me there. I think it's important that you see that. Okay, this is really very crucial. And this is what I wanted to bring up there. It's important to have a predictable demand. If you do not have a predictable demand, then there's a problem. Yes, you can go into local manufacturing, but if you're not sure it's going to be taken, uptake either by government or development partners, then it's a huge issue. Can you take it back to the normal slide? Yeah, great. So what does the EU bring on the table? Okay, I was talking with Olumide before we started that we've moved from just traditional project approach to value-based investments. We will not just give an amount for a project and then at the end of the day, we're looking for ineligibilities and all of that or impact. How were you able to multiply that investment? So the MAV Plus, which is one of our global gateway flagship projects, it's a 360-degree approach in terms of supply, demand, and enabling environment. And it comes with 6 work streams that addresses the whole value chain: trade, regulatory, transport, intellectual property management, access to finance, research and development, higher education and skills. In all of these work streams are enunciated in actual projects that we have either signed or about to sign. And then for Nigeria, we are focusing in particular on the skills, value chain, and access to financing markets. We have a complementary instrument called the Human Development Accelerator. It's an HDX program, and it's collaboration between the EU, the EIB, European Investment Bank, and the Gates Foundation, and it's targeted at the private sector to provide financing for different things. The startup point is about 10 million euros, but it has some opportunity for blended finance. Next point will be different models. I'm sure we all know about this. We know about all of this. And then key financing levers for local manufacturing, right? We have the guarantees, we have the equity, incentives. We talked a lot about incentives, anchor demand. And then what must we do now? For government, we need an incentive regime. Dr. Mutar talked about that. Credible demand, we need to fast track regulatory approvals, market authorization, and the like. For private sector, we need to identify niche manufacturing. And of course, for investors, we can create jobs. This is just some of the actual projects we currently have and the opportunities available. And these generally are the different sectors we work on. So many times you think the EU is all about digital, climate, energy. Every one of this, we have different envelopes addressing them. And you see how we interact very nicely as a Team Europe. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Ayeke will still tell us a bit more. If, for example, you have not been invited to the, please, where are my panelists? Please come back. Yes. If you've not received an invite to attend the EU Health Summit, is everybody here invited? Okay, so you better speak to him if you want to get an invite, because just to begin this panel, so that we bring it real. Next week, I believe some contracts will be signed. A round of applause for that, I think. Actually, that's why I listened to your presentation. One, how much is EU bringing? And number two, you don't have to go into the details, but next week, we're going to have some contracts or MOU signed. Can you give some details about that? So that people know. No. We don't have another.
So thank you, Dr. Olumide. Basically, next. So next week, we're going to be having the Nigerian EU Health Investment Forum. Is going to be one of the first of its kind. And we are targeting different players in the pharma sector. There are going to be at least 3 different contracts signed, 2 under the MAF Plus. One will look at quality in research. It will actually look at enabling environment for establishing a bioequivalence and bioavailability facility in Nigeria. It will look at things around clinical research. And another one will be looking at supply chain digitalization. It will be looking at market intelligence and an enabling environment for local production. Both of these 2 contracts, one will be about 10 million euros, and the other one will be about 5.5 million euros. And there'll be opportunity for the private sector to leverage on these investments. Then we have another one on sexual reproductive health and rights for the ECOWAS region, and that's about 12.5 million.
Yeah. So meaning that we're not playing here, and Team Europe is actually putting. So this speaker is really getting into my ears. I don't know why it's here. Can someone? It's a problem. Okay. All right. So, all right. Good morning, everyone. You know, I can say that there's just a lot of energy in the room. I've been involved in panel and meetings like this to the extent that at some point it just gets tiring because when you don't see traction. But I'm emphasizing what Team Europe is doing so that we also begin to see that, well, we're beginning to see some change. Dr. Decker, the last time we were together in Accra with West Africa Healthcare Federations, and we had an exercise, you know, to say, look, can we just shut our eyes and say, okay, if COVID had happened at that time, what has changed in our countries? Maybe not much, but at least it is reassuring to see that at least efforts like this are coming up. A bit delayed, but it's still happening all the same. And we have a panel of entrepreneurs and leaders in the industry who I think will be able to help us unpack this within the short period that we have. So we've heard from Team Europe what they're doing, and hopefully we'll have this contract signed next week. Codex, look, amazing job. Please, round of applause for Codex. One of the first set of organizations to get off the block with manufacturing capabilities in-house. But I'm not going to ask about financing because one of the constraints, it came up in your slide, it comes up in everything, is human resources and skills. Where does that even come from before we get to the financing? How are you addressing that?
Thank you so much, Olumide. Everybody, I'm not sure whether you know this, you know, for a long time, people always say that what we're doing now in Nigeria could not happen in Africa. And one of the reasons given is human capital. Who are the people that will work in the place? Our company, I think we're unique in a way because we're not doing drugs, even though as a pharma company, we do import drugs and medical devices, you know, so the situation that we find ourselves, especially during COVID, was, you know, we were trying to get the antigen test kits into Nigeria, and we were competing with nations, not companies now. So the first set of antigen test kits that were manufactured in Korea. So to pick them, you will see nations sending their presidential jets to pick the products, you know, and so we had to wait until we could get the products into the country. And so, but before that, we had been thinking about backward integration. And one of the things that was the biggest challenge for us was, you know, this is biosensor, IVD, nanotechnology, and these things were not taught in schools. You know, you know, sometimes you get them mentioned in classes, you know, in universities here, but not really taught as a course in the university. And I remember when we were trying to get involved with the WHO expression of interest and all that, and we were told, you know, like plainly that this cannot happen in Africa and it cannot happen in Nigeria. So we then decided, as you know, in Codex, what we always do is we own our problems. We look at, you know, if things are not happening, how can you make it happen? It's almost like generating your own electricity, you know, when NEPA is not working. So luckily for me, I serve on the board of a teaching hospital with the Vice Chancellor of Olabisi Onabanjo University. And so we had a conversation and we told him what our problems, I mean, the issues that we're having. And honestly, our partners, the technology partners, they were also a little bit skeptical about doing this in Nigeria. You know, of course, they are, you know, have a very long.
So you had an MOU with teaching hospital.
So with the teaching hospital, so finally we thought, even before the MOU, question was the faculty that would teach on the course. They didn't have anyone like that in the university. Okay, there are some Nigerians that are doing research work in South Africa, but not in Nigeria. So we had to look for the people to teach on the course first. So we were able to find some people in the UK, and then to sit down with the unit to develop the
curriculum.
How
many people have you got trained now?
Over 2 years, we have very close to 400 students now.
Are you training for the industry as well?
We're training not just for ourselves. We're training for the industry. We're training for Africa actually, because
fantastic.
Now you
please round of applause for colleagues. So you know something. I don't know whether Dr. Abdul spoke about empower. Okay, so no need for me to go into empower. So we're starting with human resources first, because the reason why financing is expensive is financiers will price whatever money with certain risk. Say, okay, I want to give you $15 million, $10 million. They don't even have human resources. So you need to plan for that. And that's one of the things that makes financing expensive. So you had to do yours. Imagine you had the financing ready, but no human resources. So I think somewhat Empower is addressing that, and glad to know that Dr. Abdul had spoken about that. So, and we usually forget about that when we're talking about financing. I'll come to EMSO. I don't know if anyone has gone to the plant. I have been there. In 1 minute, I tell you a process. So to manufacture a drug, you need what you call key starting materials. You then move on to intermediates. And then you have the APIs. People import the APIs to then have the finished drug formulations, right? So people can manufacture drugs, so the finished drug formulations, the drugs that you and I know. There's no one in the country that's doing the APIs. So don't let's even talk about the intermediates or the key starting materials. The unfortunate thing for a country like Nigeria is that one of the pathways to the key starting materials is the petrochemical industry. If anyone or any country in the continent should have key starting materials for pharmaceuticals, that country should be Nigeria. So, and I'm saying this, Frank, I am looking at you. No, because a lot of our problem-solving mindset is in resolving things on the finished drug formulation side of things. The only way you can be competitive, let's get it clear, you may disagree, is if you begin to take some of the value, extract some of the value, either from the API or, in fact, go all the way to the key starting materials. My thesis is Nigeria, especially because it's a leading country in terms of petrochemicals, Eleme, Dangote, we are in a place that no other country is. However, EMSO is building out an API plant in Ogun State. Please, round of applause for it. Since we were there, World Bank delegation came to see you. Thank you for taking us around. Can you just first walk people through that vision? Then we'll come to things like the financing of it. Why would you even want to do this?
Sometimes I ask myself that same question. Okay, I guess it's in our DNA. So as you know, EMSA started 45 years ago as a retail pharmacy shop. So it went from retail pharmacy to wholesaling, to importing, and then to manufacturing. So we're always trying to go backwards. So we always had this idea that we were eventually going to go into API manufacturing, just to continue that backward integration thread. But then COVID-19, not the disease itself particularly, but the way the drug market was disrupted and people health. So we said, okay, this is important, especially, and we decided malaria because, as we've heard earlier, Nigeria is the malaria capital of the world. So the solution must come from Nigeria. So we chose that as our first foray into API manufacturing. And I'm glad you mentioned the key starting materials backwards, because who knows, in 5 years after, not just EMSO, but other people have established API manufacturing, because there are pretty much probably 500 different APIs we use in Nigeria. So I think EMSO can't make them all. So we'll encourage other people to also go into API manufacturing, different areas, so we don't step on each other's toes, and we buy from each other, and that's how we grow the ecosystem. Then once that happens, then what's going to happen next is then we'll attract the interest of, because then we'll see huge imports of key starting materials, for example. Then to get garner the interest of Indorama and Dangote Refinery to say, hey, there's a big market, there's a big importation, let's do something for that. So then we'll be wholly vertically integrated, and that's why, and that's one of the reasons why, for example, India has pretty much overtaken China, because they concentrated on being vertically integrated. Because I guess China was kind of disparate. Your API manufacturer, your drug manufacturer, this. When India, they became more vertically integrated, so that's why they become so powerful globally.
What, in your view, would be the greatest challenge in building out this API plant?
There are several. One is belief. You mentioned earlier, we want to build an API plant, really? There was even among some Nigerians, I mean, luckily we had some people that really believed, but that's first one of the challenges. The other one is, I know I don't want to say too much on it, but financing. An API plant is not, I mean, a pharmaceutical plant is long enough in its manufacturing or construction and delivery. API plant is even more. You're building a giant kind of chemistry set, especially with different reactors, and piping, cooling, heating. ETP is also very important. So it's a very complex project. So, and that takes time. So the traditional financing we have is not well suited. So I think the ballpark is we're pretty much 5 years. We're starting to get into 7 years kind of loans, but pretty much what's available is 5 years. But we use, maybe we'll talk about it later, probably use every single type of financing out there except for listing.
Okay. No, that's fine. Look, so Rufai, just less than 5 days ago, I was with Mr. Lucy in Washington, D.C. He reeled out a lot of data in terms of what BOI is doing. In fact, he got a standing ovation, so, but asking you pointedly, Emeka, is BOI part of your financiers?
Happily, yes.
But, which is good. So what were the things that you saw in EMZO so that other manufacturers would also begin to tick the box in terms of what you require?
Good afternoon, all. Thank you. EMZO is a household name in the pharma, and they've evolved 45 years ago, I believe, from a retail shop to where they are today. So we saw the vision, and we also bought into their ideas. We also support businesses that are looking at local manufacturing to reduce our dependence on importation. So we saw in EMZO that, look, this is another avenue for us to support local production in country. I think that is one of the issues, one of the good things on their side. And it's an organized company, to be honest with you. They have all their systems in place. They have all the necessary documentation needed to appraise.
My apologies, sir. You're saying a lot of stuff, and I understand, but I think people we're just using them as a test case. So when you say documented, what are those things that you are really looking for? I mean, I get what you mean, but so that people understand that they just don't come to you with a proposal,
Yeah, first is your books. That's your financial records. One, we have to have a good financial standing to see whether the company is a going concern and its future is not in jeopardy. So how do we see that? We look at your historical numbers, and that does not mean that if your historical numbers are bad, does not mean that we cannot support. Remember, we are a DFI. We are not properly set up for profit. So how do we develop the system? So their financials is in place, their feasibility studies, the feasibility studies is in place, all the certifications are in place, and everything that will make them look good, right? To attract investors. Remember, investors go into a project when they see that there's light at the end of the tunnel, that whatever I'm putting in there, I'll be able to get back my money and give it to another entity. So that's basically what we look for.
Okay, I'm still with you, but we could divide what you just said now into some sort of upstream work. You know, you got to develop a business case, you got to have a feasibility study and all of that. There's many SMEs out there who don't have the kind of financial firepower that an EMZO has, you know. So Dr. Ike, you mentioned de-risking. Could part of this journey for SMEs, could it be, I don't know whether that facility helps with upstream work, like helping to do the feasibility. It's not BOI that would then be funding feasibility studies. But is there an opportunity for that somewhere in your financing through the kind of grants that you have, if we are really serious about this?
Thank you for that question. Like I say, we don't always get credit for what we do, but yes, the simple answer is yes. Most of our blended financing now, the HDX, for instance, has a component in itself that would provide technical assistance to handhold you along the way. Now, the meeting we are planning on the 30th, which I would say is a combination of the different sequencing of the investment cycle that has gone on from last Friday to this and to that. I think it's going to address issues around that. And for instance, EMZO, I know that when we got the proposal for the APIs from EIB, and how useful it will be when you talk about APIs for malaria, it was a no-brainer that was something to address. But EMZO is a big company. We have others that are just starting. And for others that are starting, that's where the blended finance will come in. You will have a grant that you can use to mobilize some measure of technical assistance to take you through the process, while you have a seed cash fund, so to speak, to take you over the process of the manufacturing. Let me also add that a number of new instruments are coming on board now. I'm aware that we will be having the HDX will be making a presentation on the 30th on how you can address issues that have to do with health, because the HDX is an instrument that is specific for the health sector and is looking at primary health sector in particular and allied areas.
Rufai, could you just run the audience through some of your concessionary financing that's available today, and which ones do you, for example, have a dedicated fund for either healthcare or pharmaceuticals, or it's all captured under large enterprises which you had?
Okay, thank you. At the moment, we don't have a dedicated facility called either for healthcare or pharmaceuticals. It's a large pool of money under BOI. Every sector can have, what do I call it, a piece of it. So we finance all the equipment, plant and machinery. We also provide working capital. That's for the raw materials. We also provide, just like what the EU guys talked about project preparation facility for people that are that don't have the expertise to put their business proposal into something that is bankable, that will make investors invest in it. There's what we call project preparation facility. And for the SMEs, what we normally do is we have some consultants we call BDSPs that will handhold the MSMEs to ensure that the project that they are developing is bankable for us to fund. So, and that BDSP stuff comes at a no cost to the SMEs. BOI will fund, will pay the BDSP people to do all the documentation for them.
Do you have an idea of the numbers in terms of the success rate as it regards healthcare, pharmaceutical sector?
Well, for the pharmaceuticals, I will talk about it, and the health. I think in my loan book today, I have close to about 100 billion naira in terms of loans that I have given out to the health sector.
In the health sector. Please, round of applause for BOI. So clearly there's a whole lot happening. If you don't mind, let's just double down a bit. You know, you mentioned something very germane, and it's come up in a whole lot of financing conversations. And I think we should begin to unpack this slightly. We know that there's opportunity in the API market. One, MZO cannot produce all of the needed APIs. You start with your essential medicines list. Essential medicines list is really what you need for the bulk of the disease burden in the country. The beauty of the essential medicines list is they're also mostly paid for. So meaning that if you have an essential medicines list and you have most of the APIs producing those things, it's almost like you have a guaranteed offtake for here and even elsewhere. So question is this, and Frank, if I may put you on the spot, or maybe pharmacopoeia. No, so this is a family meeting, okay? If you don't mind. Because he's saying something and we have to respond to it. Okay, as someone, based on the essential medicines list, prioritized the required APIs that Nigeria needs. Let's just stick to the essential medicines list because we know that there's financing available for it. I don't know if either of you would like to respond to that. Is there something in place now? Is it something in process? Because without that, we will not be able to help the industry as we should. Just to happy for, if you want to, please.
One, I'm not sure there is any financing for it, but I know that Azoka will talk to us later on about what they are doing to match demand and supply from local manufacturing. So that's what I know that is happening now. But from government point of view, there's no guaranteed financing. I'm sure MZO, exactly, no, MZO is investing a lot on marketing their products. So they're looking at the private sector. So from government side, I don't know what I'm speaking your mind. From government side, there is no guaranteed financing. And if we have that, it will make it quite faster.
Okay, all right. So please don't, this is going to be free flowing. Frank, go on, please.
Okay, I think, for a very long time, the industry is more focused on private sector markets because that's where you guarantee that when you put your products out in the market, people will buy. Because you actually take it to, funding gaps, you look at, how, call it not optimal, our health insurance policy, how they function. So the best closer model you can think of is what we are doing with state subnational, which ArcESM somehow facilitated. We partner with states at the subnational level. And at that subnational level, we started with Yobe and then other state governments. And then you can see we've been able to look at what data says about what the gaps. So we've been able to look at, okay, these are what the local pharmaceutical companies should prioritize. These are the gaps. Because since we've been doing it in the last 3 or 4 years, they are guaranteed uptake. So companies are proposing their facility to manufacture those products because once you put those products out there, the states are going to buy and we'll be on with that.
Okay.
And that's the model I think for now.
Okay, all right. So that people also follow the discussion. Nigeria has about 200 plus million people. By our own data, we got about 160 million living below the poverty line, meaning that people will suffer pretty much catastrophic loss when they encounter healthcare, even to treat malaria. So that's why there's really a requirement to have what you call a publicly financed or subsidized kind of healthcare. Within that milieu, if you're able to guarantee even that, you know, that, look, these people can't pay, let's stick for 160 million and just guarantee them the essential that they need, nothing fancy, nothing extra. We will not even have enough manufacturers to meet the demand. So if we can't do everything, let's take a small piece of it. And what I am saying is that right now, PVAC, again, I don't know whether Dr. Abdul had mentioned that, has pulled huge financing together now, which I believe through Medipol, I don't know if he spoke about it, will be used to patronize first the local manufacturers. Whether that financing will be fully enough so that you can deliver at maximum capacity, I don't know. But something is starting there. And I think on the finished drug side of things, we're pretty much okay. But where we now need to go, if you want to get more value, is like what you have done and what you're doing in terms of that backward integration, so that we can really extract more value. And that's why this API mapping of just that essential medicines list, I think will be critical. Just to mention, please write your questions. We'll take about 5 questions now for the panel. But please show of hands so that we just see the kind of demand that we have. Okay, we'll take you last, but we'll start from the back. Okay, just to have an idea. No, Frank, you had your, but please, the 1, 2, 3. Then Remy. Okay, yes. Okay. Please go on. Just keep it short so that we can have 2 rounds.
Try and keep it as short as possible.
Just try.
So I'll start with the EU. I know about the fund. The fund has been very effective post-COVID, but I know there's been very significant drawdowns on the fund from South Africa and a couple of other countries. And at the last check, I don't think the fund has been refunded, refinanced, or recapitalized. Is there any idea of what is left? Because you need to give an idea of what's.
Sorry, what's your name?
Omo.
Omo, the man is bringing money next week.
There's a reason why I'm saying this.
I understand, but please, okay.
Then the second question is there any way the EU can partner with the BOI on localized financing? Because this money sits in the EU, we hear about it, and the process to get to it can be better managed if you can partner with the BOI.
Okay.
Because BOI knows the local
Points
landscape
made.
better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. You raised a very vital question, and Bloom, as well as PMG Man, Executive Secretary, tried to answer. But I think sometime last year, Emzo can please bear witness to this.
So what's your name?
Samson from NAFDAC.
Okay.
Now, the issue is that I recall very clearly that there was a consortium of 6 local manufacturers that were doing just exactly what you mentioned, trying to do the API mapping, looking at the social drug list and all that. To what extent that has been realized, I don't know, as a regulator. But I think Frank should have that. If he doesn't have, maybe after this meeting we need to. But I think there is something going on with those 6 manufacturers trying to form a consortium.
Not much.
To address this.
Not much. I know about it, but not much.
Okay.
Yeah. The plans are there, but not much. Yes. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Fozzy from FabTech. My question is for BOI. Actually, you mentioned that the fund will be granted, it is available. And for capacity builders like FabTech that will build factories, our main problem is when we're dealing with the Nigerian and West African landscape is Forex. And I understand this is a quite complicated issue. And we can see that a lot of local manufacturers suffer with their plannings when outside manufacturer like us want to bring machinery to the country, they cannot get the money, or sometimes they face a challenge transferring the money because the loan itself is given in Naira and the manufacturer himself is earning in Naira from the local market. So I don't know how this challenge can be addressed at the bank levels and maybe higher at CBN level.
Okay, all right, all right, please. Yes, madam, then ready.
Thank you very much for that enlightening conversation. My question is around funding compliance. Quality, improving quality and demonstrating quality, especially as local manufacturers consider export, has become very, very important. And, this comes with significant costs. For instance, I will not be remiss to mention that, from next year, we need to do by BA studies, for, products out of BCS class 2 and 3. I would also not be remiss to mention that, for manufacturers who are looking for WHO pre-Q, they will need to do those studies. There's also serialization, as part of the traceability initiative and things like that. How are you factoring, supporting these manufacturers beyond just loans? Because for us to be able to, imbibe a lot of these practices, somebody needs to, give the first push, so to say. Today, let's call them the big boys in the in the industry, the bigger boys in the industry have been able to do something, but the rest are still floating. What can we do? How can we help?
That question is really not for really for NAFDAC. I thought NAFDAC would have discussed that. That's why we didn't even go to regulatory. Fair point. Remy, yeah. Then Frank.
So the questions that the two gentlemen tried to answer, they were speaking more to the downstream side of things. And the question was about the upstream, that how are you identifying the priorities for API? I think part of the reason Auda NEPAD is in this discussion is that there's a continental prioritization that has been done that Dr. Mukhtar confirmed aligns with the national prioritization. And there are 6 products that are considered high need and high market opportunities. So starting with those ones, and I believe the API that is also important to specify which API. When we talk about API plant, that 1,001. So we need to know which one, which organization is doing. But to summarize that, there are about 6 of them, and it would just need alignment to make sure there's no duplication. And those 6 are around the anti-malarial, the amoxicillin in the antibacterial space, and a couple of others. The other comment I want to make is around the need to recognize digital is an all-encompassing enabler. So when financing is being considered, there is need for prioritizing digital enablement. So if you look at that African priority medical product thing, it has just about 21 things that are medicines. The others are enablers, and financing digital transformation is a very important thing that both BOI and the European Union and others, EIB, should consider investing in, because the things we're talking about building markets, I regret to say PCN and whoever else has spoken on that, those are things we put in place 2012. You can't use policy that predates the wave of technology we're in as the way to go. You don't double down on the wrong direction, okay?
You had a question. Okay, that's fine. Okay, please, do you want to reflect on what you have had? But to be honest, there's a narrative here, and I hope towards a close. Is Auda NEPAD in the room? You need to, you see, look, I'm Nigerian. I wear also other institutional hats. But I'll say what I want to say at the end. I'll say now. If you want to extract value in this industry and move beyond talk, you want to go back in that value chain. You want to go to what Remy has said to say, look, what are the priority APIs so that you can even feed your own local industry? If you feed your local industry, you will feed everywhere on the continent, because nobody is doing that. It's interesting that some of this work has already been done. You mentioned the effluent treatment plant. Countries that have made progress, The country itself will set up an API pack and put in the effluent treatment plant there, and SMEs will then come and plug into that system. There's no rocket science here. But unfortunately, you are private sector people, so it's a bit hard for me to push the envelope, except NAFDAC. Please.
Thank you very much. And just to mention, the 24 priority medical products are not only pharmaceuticals, they also include the other categories in terms of diagnostics and what. The second thing is that it was informed by national and regional level type of data. It's important for us now that we're moving into implementation to make sure that the priorities that have been set at the continental level still reflect the national level priorities. And then what we also have is a facility at the continental level to aid SMEs to access the DFI's promised monies. Several times, as you're saying, Africa Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, the World Bank, and several other entities have set aside facilities to support the pharma industry. But then the SMEs in Africa say, we haven't been able to access that capital. What is all of this? Where are the challenges? Why are we not able to access this facility when they're established? This EU 2 billion, or every time we hear more billions coming in, but we don't really know which SMEs have been able to tap into them. And then we now have a facility to enable SME targeted, because most of the manufacturers are in the SME, not in the MZO type. Maybe they are smaller and medium enterprise level. We need really to target our support towards that. And at the continental level, at AUD and NEPAD, we're trying to put up a little facility to support the SMEs to understand better the big language EU is speaking in the MAV Plus. How do we manage to access these resources and be able to use them? Thank you very much.
Hey. Yeah.
Honestly, everybody says there's a lot of plant and like you said, there's a lot of there's one, but we are missing intermediators, like what you are doing on a small scale. Yes. Anyway, I want Njide to respond. Either HFN or some platform, PMG Man, can we have a small kind of replicating either what BOI is doing? You have an SME entity in the room, that wants to access, needs upstream. Somebody needs to set up something. No, this needs to be not necessarily not for profit, right? No. I'm talking like an HFM platform.
So actually, we've started that. We started that discussion, and Dr. Benson was leading it with PVAC, because we recognize that there has to be some kind of funding that is going to be accessible to, to local manufacturers. And also, on the medical credit fund side, we are actually looking to approach BOI because there's a need to have the local funding. So we are very aware of this, and we've started some of that discussion. So it's really, which is why we wanted this MOU. So there's a formal document guiding some of the activities we're going to embark on. So it's in the pipeline. Yeah.
Come. So sorry, maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing. So I'll come to you now. Maybe I just want to make this point. There are two conversations. There's the forest risk, I want to go on, but there's also an upstream kind of challenge, to help put feasibility studies, business cases, investment plans that will be done for free. Is there an entity that is doing that today? That's my question. Please go on.
Okay,
go on.
So I know there's a lot that's being said about financing, honestly. And if you really want to know the real problems that we have in the industry, that's financing, no doubt about that. Okay, so but you then have people like us. We already have the factories, right? And we're talking about uptake here. We're even talking about payment on time, like people paying for products that you buy from us, and you pay on time. Federal government is buying. I mean, we've made the supply since April, and we're still waiting for that payment today. And this is an order that was financed. You understand? So we in Algeria, and I'll make this example. You set up a factory, you're manufacturing something that's not been manufactured before in the country. It's something similar to Medipo, but it's not just for the public sector, it's for the public and the private sector. They will buy first from you, and it's only when they cannot meet their needs that they now buy the imported products that are coming to the country. That guarantees whoever it is that is setting up the factory would then be able to go and look for finance to say, I need money to do this because I know that when I manufacture, I can sell. So it's a question of, can I sell? Will I be paid? I mean, the factory that we set up, the Codisbar factory that we set up, we conceived that factory with encouragement from USAID, from Global Fund, and from everybody. Unfortunately, before the factory was commissioned, USAID decided to do what they did. And so the first thing for me was, shit, what am I going to do? Because I know that they will pay. If they say they're going to pay in a month, in 2 months, your money will be paid. Okay? You have a situation in the country where the minister is trying, everybody is trying, PVAC is trying, everyone is trying. But the procurements are not backed by cash.
So did Dr. Abdul discuss the rollout of Medipo?
Yeah, but you can't even
Did you ask him this?
No, he knows. So, and the reason why some of those things have not taken place is because he doesn't want to be in a situation where he's going to get us to supply products and they cannot pay, and then his phone will be hot because I'll be phoning him every time. So he wants to make sure that it's backed. So there's a lot that needs to take place. See, when I was setting up the first factory, I didn't set it for the public sector. I wanted it for the private sector because, for a very long time, I stopped supplying the public sector. Because I know that, there was a time my money was not paid for almost about 8 years. And you can imagine, after 8 years, you get the money. I know that fitting, for example, there's something that is supplied in 2012 that still hasn't been paid. So payment on time, very important. Don't buy what you have not got the money for. Okay. Don't give PO for things you do not have. So that's the first thing. The second thing is local manufacturing. Honestly, the reason why you do not have that many manufacturers here is because they're not interested. They know that, yes, everybody wants to do more things like what Emzo is doing, what we're doing and stuff like that. But we had to find a different way of financing ourselves where we knew that coming to your likes, you'll be asking all these questions that you're asking today, and maybe some of those things, we couldn't do at the time, But there are people that have
Emeka.
You understand? People that have factories, let's patronize. But before you start promising that you are patronizing, make sure you have the money ready.
That's fine.
And you pay for it.
Okay, Emeka.
I just want to bring maybe something that's not as well known. Another issue, there is money, but it's difficult to assess it, especially if it's from DFI. So you need to be what they call investor ready. So just to give a disclosure, before I came back to EMSO 10 years ago, I was in investment banking. So I understood how it worked, but I still had to employ a boutique investment bank in Nigeria to do all the legwork, because you have to build your models, you have to do scenarios, you have to pay paperwork. And going from a family business, your governance structures. So there are many things, and now ESG is coming in. So there are many things you have to tick that is not in the natural wheelhouse of a manufacturer. So those are things that, and I think one advice I give is, yes, maybe a bank, not an advisory firm will charge you 2% of what they raise, but they can actually raise more for you at a lower rate. So in the end, it's worth it. But people don't like this idea of paying for advice, either advice for money or paying for market feasibility study, because how can you launch? There's lack of data in Nigeria, so you need a specialist firm to go in and really assess the market for you before you make such a big investment. And the banks want to see that before.
Absolutely. So I hope today HFM will come up with something. Rufai, please, in terms of what you've heard. And also just to check if there's anyone, yeah, of course, Dr. Decker, but just want to check if there are any burning questions on the floor. Okay, please go on.
Okay, first on the FX issue, it's a natural issue that affects everybody here. And the good part of it, you can now access this dollar in the market now. the rates, I think they are stable now, right? And I cannot also, because I can't lend you in FCY because your receivables are in local currency.
Correct.
So I have to match my funding with what you earn, right? So, and there's something that I've just heard now. We say that there's so much money in the market. Yes, there is money, but why are the SMEs not accessing it? My first issue that I see is everybody is going out as a singular person, not as a group. So if there is that, okay, you asked me a question saying that do we have a dedicated line for healthcare? Which the healthcare industry itself has its own special peculiarities, which is different from food and beverages, which is different from construction. So what I expect to happen is where the industry players will sit down with the financial institutions, look at the peculiarities of that particular industry, identify the risk, look for how to mitigate it, because what I'm looking for is how to mitigate those risks. And you are the people in the field. We look at it, we come up with a product that is going to be available and sellable to almost every pharmaceutical entity or anybody in the healthcare system. To me, I think that's the way to go. But I hear companies going on an individual basis, not as a group, which to me is an issue. And if you go in as a group, you have a stronger voice. That's what we call advocacy. You can also mount pressure, the same thing like what my big brother said here. It's a pressure group. And the good part of it, what I heard Dr. Abdul say here this morning, is there's a political response to it now. There's the Medipol, and also the Nigeria First initiative. So if we can galvanize on all this, I think there's a very good light at the end of the tunnel. I think so.
Please, round of applause for Rufai. What you just said was the reason why I asked Frank to come and sit. So I'm not good. So please just respond to what he said. Okay. That's exactly why I asked you to come and sit.
Dr. Olumide, before he responds.
Okay.
Yeah, before Frank responds, I just want to piggyback on what one of the biggest challenges we have faced is that we find that a lot of companies want to compete before they learn to collaborate. And this is a very big issue. You have a financing instrument, for instance, that says, I will give you 20 million, but you have to bring 20 million euros. Where are you going to get it from if you do not collaborate? And so to answer one of the questions that was raised, the current funding cycle now is 2021, 2027. And a lot of countries have drawn down on that. There is a new one that is coming up now, but we are not doing traditional grants just like before. The space for traditional grants is shrinking, but the space for investment is growing. So if you as an entity can demonstrate that the 5 million euros I give you will become 20 million euros in so time, you have gotten the attention of the EU. And Bank of Industry, we were with you, I think in July, and he's serving as an intermediary now with the European Investment Bank to reach out to like 50 groups of SMEs, and then we'll go through the Bank of Industry. So these are one of the ways we'll be able to address that.
Olumide, I don't know why you are putting me on the spot. First of all, I want to thank you, your team, the World Bank, the NSIA, the Bank of Industry, FCMB, and all of you that participated actively in last week in our CEOs forum, where we had, you can see the input from Mr. You can see what Sammy is bringing to the table. You can feel how the industry, how they feel about this. And for me, I want to reiterate what one of the CEOs said. He said, you see, taking loan in foreign currency is a suicide mission. One of our best said it. He said, if you want to sign your debt will, just go and do that. And I also want to quote one of the CEOs. He said, these loans are toxic. That he's at his age, 70, it will send him to his early grave. So the question is, in all this, how do we de-risk? how do we take ownership as in Nigeria? We can't continue depending, saying our funds, depending on donors to do this. We must find a way to, take ownership as a country. For the BOI, so for us as a PNG man, I made mention in the chairman's statement, we made mention about we're coming up by next year, February or 2nd, we're going to, put down our developmental strategy for local manufacturers. These are our own strategy to stimulate the sector. And in that strategy, one of the things you mentioned about collaboration, how do we collaborate to do this together? If you want to get HVAC, companies that want to set up, how do we get this, as a group? If you want to get the raw materials, how do we, do this as a group? Because if we don't do that, we cannot compete. You can't compete where others' interest rates, China, I think the last I checked, should be around 3%, India 6%, and in Nigeria, 27 or thereabout 10%. And the cost of energy is almost like 40% in the cost of cycle of production. And he made mention about advisory role. And I put it down the last week and I said, hey, you mentioned that most companies don't have the capacity. In all these millions you have mentioned they're going to give the industry, can you factor out something and then set up an advisory team to help to handheld this industry to be able to unpack these instruments? If you're not going to be able to support them in that aspect, because I'm sure, how many of us are going to give this loan? You're not going to give to many of the factories. So start from small things before you talk about the big things. Let's this advisory role pay for it so that so many companies will be able to have access to this. It's not just only the Enzos of this world and the Fiston of this world can do this. There are so many of us that are on the line trying to see how we can touch this instrument.
Thank you.
I have a solution. Can HFN and PMG Man and perhaps other entities?
I'm going to respond to that already.
Hold on. It's okay. AU NEPAD, are you able to put some grant financing in HFN? Honestly, I'm talking of a not-for-profit entity, industry group, grant financing to help serve as a clearinghouse for this kind of upstream work. I'm happy to give you the microphone, so that, please. Have you submitted a proposal yet, Njide?
I'm going to introduce. Yes, we have a continental platform that we have called the CFP, Catalytic Funding Platform. Okay. That is at the continental level to do all of the de-risking, the advisory. The unfortunate thing that we're having, and I'm hearing now, is that if you have a catalytic funding platform like that, and the monies are coming in dollars, we're already talking about national level realities of how to tap into certain funding. If there is funding that we receive to support countries, we are going to receive those kind of funding as grants as well, provided to us by the same partners seated here. The advisory will be provided based on submissions received from the various countries. A company, for example, we have what we call the Homegrown Solutions Accelerator. It has been running since COVID time. And we've been able to support certain companies to access capital. We have done that using grant money. Member states need to begin to invest in what they need on the country. That is why the policymakers who are here, PVAC, and I'm very happy PVAC was here, to bring that element home. The policymakers, the decision makers here in Nigeria need to put their commitment down. And I've said it from the beginning, if you don't have that political commitment, that investment by the country itself, no matter how much my colleague here would like to have his industry move forward, it will not go an inch. The issue of Forex, it's going to be intensive on you. You use the Naira, Ghana uses the CD, another country around you uses another sort of currency. We're not going to be the regional hub that we want to be with those realities we live with. So at the country level also, please let's look inward as Nigeria and build capability within Nigeria. Don't, before we start looking at the EU, the MAV Plus, the other DFIs, we are looking at this DFI in this country. What are they doing? The DFI in this country, what is it doing? With the government, what is the government doing to create the enabling environment for Nigeria to become the hub?
Thank you very much. Round of applause for her. Yes, go on.
All right, thank you. Let me just take it from where the last two speakers ended up. At HFN, we have started our capacity building process by first onboarding and engaging with Health Business Academy Africa, indigenous company, organizing training, capacity building for our entrepreneurs, so that some of these gaps we're talking about, documentation, governance, and all of that, can be bridged. That's already institutionalized and trainings commenced. We've spoken already with PwC and KPMG, especially the team leads in healthcare in those groups. And we're signing up MOU with those two groups, again, for same issues around advisory services to HFN members that will be coming at very discounted rates because it's coming to the association. And they have indicated strong willingness to work with us. And we're going to formalize that. That already has been, discussed. It's just to implement. Now, lastly, somebody mentioned consolidation. I think BOI mentioned consolidation. In our last event at the World Health Lagos, we had a session that talked about consolidation. But good to know also that on that front, we have also set up the Impact Healthcare Group, a group of about 32 businesses in healthcare that came together in this same hotel, 31st of May, 2025, to start a process of consolidation into a single entity. You can check online, it's there, Impact Healthcare Group. So we're working in the directions that has been mentioned, and I think.
Yeah, she.
Thank you.
We were out. You had a long presentation. So.
Thank you, Dr. Olumide. I was hoping that Janet would talk about your program, Alda NEPAD's program for investment for financing in Africa's health sector. Currently, there's a call for proposals, and one of the pillars of PIFA is pharmaceutical manufacturing. What it means is that there's money that is sitting at AU level for local manufacturing. There's a lot of sympathetic investment on the continent for that. So what we'll do is, between HFN and FOAPS, HFN could probably post this on their website, or you could share your emails. That information needs to be available, because you would know that, as with World Bank, IFC, if you access a loan, you can receive that loan in local currency. So let's take advantage of that sympathetic investment available now. Call for proposals end on the 15th, and local manufacturing is a big part of that. So let's look for that.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a long conversation, but there's you want to, please go on, please. Okay, we got to close. All right. So, there's something that's been missing in the room. I somewhat tried to touch on it. Not many people agree, but over and over and over and over again, that's been the winner for all countries that's been able to make success. Ladies and gentlemen, universal health coverage anywhere in the world is hinged on the money a government spends on its people. So all the one that you're saying someone is not paying, has not paid, and all of that, if you go to Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, India, many countries where financing institutions have deployed investments in millions of dollars, the number one criteria to unlock all of the financing that we're talking that is available is either the government covers its people and pays for all of them, or those people go to the, using what we call the Ministry of Health style, and get services for free. And that is when you see the value of the essential medicines list. Countries that have been able to advance local manufacturing have first implemented the essential medicines list backed by the public financing delivered by their governments. But I have news for you. Nigeria has implemented what we have seen as an extraordinary macro-fiscal reform. The kind of revenues that is pouring into the coffers of state governments today, we have never seen that kind of money before. I'm happy to share with you Nigeria Development Update that we released 2 weeks ago to see the kind of numbers. They're receiving 3 times. In short, no state government in Nigeria today should not be able to cover its people with health insurance if that is what they want to do. And I am saying, I close with this. If we can only cover 1/3 of our people, you will be operating at maximum capacity. You will not even have time to even expand into African countries. You're doing a great job. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've had a great conversation. So much to talk about. Great panel.
Thank you very much for an equally great moderation. Let's now. As we prepare for the photographs, I'd just like to get the last panel set. If you look in your program, we're going to skip one of the items, which is the presentation by World Bank. So we're going into dialogue session 3. HFN, prepare a prize for the PMG man guy, the only guy to sit on 2 panels. Thank you so much. That was the heart of the conference, to be honest, and it deservedly took that much time. So thank you for the genuine feedback provided. I'm not sure this is coming through the speakers, is it? Or it's just my voice carrying through? Okay, well, the next panel, which will be the last one, is going to be on the innovation space. Digital. Dialogue 3 is around technology, innovation, and market shaping. And if I can have your attention back to the room, please. Very much greatly appreciated. The challenge is the billion naira industry is in conversation and it's difficult to break that. I thought you wanted this. Okay. Now, let me invite to this last panel, certainly not the least, the moderator for the session will be someone who's been in the room from the beginning, Professor Chimeze Anyakura, CEO of Bloom Public Health. Impeccably dressed as always. If not in his bow tie, you will catch him in his red traditional chief cap. Joining him is Michael Heavens, the CEO of Advantage Pharmaceuticals Limited, a member of Advantage Health Africa Group. They are on the digital side of things. And so when you're talking technology and innovation, digital underpins all of that. There's also in the room the powerhouse, the lady who has brought powerful men from governors to their commissioners to enter marriage, not forcibly, but out of real love that what you're selling is what we want. Join me in welcoming Azuka Okeke, CEO of African Resource Center for Excellence in Supply Chain Management. If you came here single, the likelihood that you will get married after she's finished there is very high. I believe we're missing Dozier Chuku. I've not seen him all day. Someone representing Dozier. How could you be in the room and you didn't say hello to your brother? Please put your hands together for Chidozie Ezechukwu, Country Director of Management Science for Health, and the former, I forget what the name is, I think Executive Secretary for the Global Fund Country Mechanism, Country Coordinating Mechanism. So it's a full panel already. To set this going and also to join the panel, the second presentation from NAFDAC will be by a gentleman who I've admired for a long time, quiet in his ways, but a tech guru. Please join me in welcoming Mr. John Olushola Kayode, an assistant director at NAFDAC, where he heads up the regulatory innovation unit. Is this how much you want NAFDAC to go after you? Okay, you better help yourself. So he'll start the presentation and then I'll pass it on to the moderator to take it from there. This is the last session and people have been very patient and I'm sure you will reward them by staying on time with your 50 minutes for this session.
So good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to align with the already established protocol. I wouldn't like to stand on it lest it breaks. Okay. So I'm going to be talking very briefly on what NAFDAC is doing in terms of innovation, in terms of our digital system implementations. I wouldn't bore you with what our mandate is because I believe that everybody seated here already knows what NAFDAC does. We are the regulators for food and drugs, regulated products. And then our goal is to ensure that we are able to strengthen quality systems, have digital oversight, and then ensure that our regulatory processes become faster, predictable, and more efficient. Our regulatory vision, strategic regulatory vision, can be summarized to anchor on some key areas. One of them is to ensure that we have effectiveness through digital transformation of our processes, and then we also are able to ensure the availability of safe and quality assured products. We also work very hard to ensure that we're able to institutionalize global best practices and then strengthen our internal governance performance metrics. So I wouldn't be talking so much on the policies because that has been extensively explored in the first panel session. I will just move on because of the time to what are the digitalization efforts and then the modernization efforts that we have in place. We are, we have the mind to ensure that the processes that we do also strengthen, local manufacturing, then strengthens the efficiency and the reliability of the supply chain, basically. So one of the key things we do is to ensure that for, the digital innovations that we are bringing into regulation of distribution, the innovations we are bringing into ensuring that we have more efficient processes, also become an economic enabler. So one of the things we have done is to ensure that we try to digitalize the registration process, and very many market authorization holders here are very familiar with our NAPAM system. We also try to ensure that our port clearance system for those who are bringing in APIs for manufacture or bringing in other products into the country that will support the production of NAFDAC regulated commodities are also efficient. Before now, we used to have a lot of delays in port clearance and so forth, but we have deployed the port clearance system that is end-to-end and then does facilitate it. I'll be speaking a little bit more on the traceability system. Recently, in 2024, we gazetted our pharmaceutical traceability regulation, and this is one of the very key initiatives that we, as NAFDAC, has pushed from 2019 when the strategy came out first to the time we were able to conduct quite a number of pilots on COVID vaccines to routine immunization vaccines, ATM commodities, both in the public sector. And coming to 2024, we're able to also, do an enforcement for narcotics. So all narcotics, both in the public sector and in the private sector, had to comply with the traceability regulation. So why is traceability very important? For us to be able to unlock, the value in our distribution, you have to ensure that it is your products that you claim to put in the distribution into the supply chain that is actually in the supply chain. So we've had cases and, where manufacturers complain that, I go to the market and then I see my products and incidentally, those are not my products. I didn't manufacture them. And for us as NAFDAC, we have what's it called? A very difficult job. When we go into the market for post-market surveillance or post-market control, we need to be able to be sure that this product is actually your product. So if we say we want to mop up products, how are we setting? Because even the counterfeiters these days are able to make products that confuse even the owners and the manufacturers of the products. And we have seen cases upon cases. So the traceability implementation is to ensure that your products are serialized. And then, the products that you put into the supply chain, we have visibility of these products. So for yourself, it ensures that it is your products that are being marketed, and then you get the right market value. And for us as regulators, we are actually able to differentiate the products that are legitimate from those that are not legitimate. So we have been pushing this agenda, and then it's been gaining traction. And this year, the emphasis is on MNCH commodities for both the public and then the private sector. So to support these efforts, we already have publicly available mobile applications that legitimate products, even in the supply chain, can be scanned. You can go to a pharmacy. If you have a narcotic product as we speak today, if you are buying anything around narcotic commodities that was, that was enforced last year, you can pick up a pack and scan it, and then you are sure whether this product is legitimate or not. We also have a green book to provide customers and the consumers, and then even the healthcare practitioners of the list of approved products. We are not stopping there. We are looking at also the innovative and disruptive technologies of today. AI. We just recently deployed the lookalike sound-alike detection. We've been supported graciously by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And then we also are looking at having, AI-powered tools that will help us to improve our response, even to SF reporting and some other activities. Also, to help us even in suspect activity detection around traceability, and then the digitalization of our GMP inspections. And I think my senior colleague mentioned that in the earlier presentation. So what NAFDAC is doing is advocating, even in respect of some of these policies. NAFDAC is even building internal capacity to be able to understand, the things that are needed to ensure, regulatory harmonization across, borders, and then ensure that they are faster and more transparent approvals. So it is safer trials, safer medicines, and then safer trade. So there are incentives for compliant manufacturers. That has also been mentioned in the earlier presentations. And then for us, we even support export. Export certification by NAFDAC is free of charge. Literally free, yes. So, and we have been encouraging that exporters work with NAFDAC to ensure that their products meet the quality that is going outside the borders. Because if you are exporting products that, do not comply with these, international standards that NAFDAC is very well aware of and trying to monitor. It's not in the interest of the nation because by the time these products are rejected, it masks the image of the country and then reduces confidence of even, your markets outside the borders. And then this generally will affect, trade. So I think that's all I have to say around this presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, John. It was a very good starter for this panel. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we are between you and your lunch. We'll make it sharp and quick. I want to start this panel with a story. 13 years ago, I ran a project called UN Life Saving Commodities. For me, that was my biggest achievement and at the same time my biggest failure. Let me tell you why. At the UN level, some products were identified as life-saving, and each country should make sure they manufacture it locally. So we put in a lot of efforts. I was leading a project, then I was working for USP at the time. Nigeria made Africa proud because from Nigeria, we had the first manufacturer of chlorhexidine in Africa. From Nigeria, we have the first manufacturer of amoxicillin in Africa, and the list goes on. Oxytocin, so really showed Africa that Nigeria could do it. At the same time, I saw it as my biggest failure. We focused on technical assistance. We got those products, quality products, but we couldn't sell. They couldn't sell because that many people were not happy with me. We got them to build a brand new facility. Most people built brand new facilities. We supported from ground zero, formulation to the end product. Of course, Joel spent quite some money, but it was a failure. That's why I like this topic, strengthening the pharmaceutical ecosystem by market reform and technology transfer. So I want to start this by asking Azuka. Azuka in the past 5 years has been doing quite a lot in the sector, matching demand and supply. Before now, the local manufacturers didn't see the market in the local manufacturers, in the local market. But Azuka has done quite a lot. Right now, we have a lot of states who procure directly from the manufacturers. Azuka, I want you to tell us about this story. What is going well? What can we learn? How do we scale it? Thank you.
So thank you very much. And thank you. I kept dodging the bullet when Olumide kept pointing at Frank. I think the first thing is just really appreciating God because at KSM, we have been strategically positioned. When we came on board, we were to do what you call the impossible. Mr. Frank knows that. And to be in between the manufacturers and the state government. I can tell you, I got thrown bananas. I'm fatter now. When I started, I was very slim, going to PMG man to say, come and do business with government. They looked at me. They said, this small girl is telling us to go and do business where we will be old. And you know me, I'm dogged. If I believe in something, I go for it. So we stayed in and did the advocacy. So it took a lot of, it took years. And I want to appreciate Dr. Olumide. He was the one that called me in Senegal. I went for a program and he said, Azuka, you need to do this. And again, if you know Olumide, if he's on your neck, he will be on your back. So this started in 2017. And in 2021, we signed the first MOU. So this story is a story of patience. It doesn't just happen. And what did we do? At ESM, being in the middle of demand and supply, we became the market, you could say the intelligence. You need to have market intelligence. You need to be in between demand and supply to make sure there's predictability of demand. You cannot scale manufacturing if you don't know that what you're going to manufacture will be paid for. I like what they said. It's beautiful to say manufacture, take loan. Who will buy it? Who will buy chlorhexidine? Who will buy misoprostol? I tell you, Jawa, for example, would rather produce Jawaron. Chidubem is here. He would rather produce Vasoprene. Why? It will be paid for. Let's be very real. So what we had to do was be that market intelligence and bring government together through that strategic, what we call marriage PPP, to say, we are going to be in the middle of this. We're going to bring in gatekeepers like PMG Man. We're going to bring in some instances, donor. What we're going to do is we're going to be in this with you, where if you guarantee us demand over a period of time, then the pharma companies will see what they are going to manufacture over a period of time. Then our KSM, through looking at that agreement, somebody needs to look at the number, somebody needs to look at the agreement. We make sure that we play our role to make sure that the government pays. In PMG Man, PPP means what? Patronize us, protect us, pay us. If that money wasn't paid, and thank God, it's not what AKSM did. I want to commend Yobe State that signed the first agreement. They were paying, and Mr. Frank will say, the first time they got a lot. Because again, one of the things we had to do was to have real conversations with the subnational. I like working at that level. Pardon me, I'm not a big player at the national level. I work at the subnational because for me, one of the things we had to say to government is, if you're not going to pay, don't call AKSM. We're that blunt. When you call us, we ask you, how much do you have on the table? So we've done this for 13 states. We're now in 13 states. And that is, I think, if we're Nigerian, please clap for Nigeria. We just signed, we're working now with Adamawa State. And one of the beautiful things, so that market intelligence is very important. Somebody has to make sure you can predict the demand. You need to show that to the companies. This is why you need to shift your eye from Jawaron to Jawa clocks. You need to show Juhel, this is why you need to manufacture oxytocin rather than Vasoprene. We need to do that with Fitsin to say, if you manufacture Ringas lactate, we can guarantee you demand because the Northeast state needs Ringas lactate, not normal saline because of cholera. When you start doing that and you start calling real diseases, how it impacts women, children, match it with the money, because with the pharma companies, we're talking business. So one of the things we say is health is business, but business for impact. Don't remove business in health. So when I speak to governors, I say to them, sir, Professor Zulum, you need to put down 1 billion. This 1 billion, you have this coverage. You talk data, again, predictable. If you invest in Kano is 76% health facility coverage, the number of public health facilities. Now, Kano is doing turnover of 9 billion a year. Now, if you want to do the same thing in Yobe does not have the number of health facilities that Kano has. You begin to give government or governors data and say, look, but Yobe, you need 1 billion, you don't need 9 billion. If you put in 1 billion, Kano did a turnover, or rather they have profit around 3 billion if they put 9 billion. Now Yobe is going to give you profit. The governor is going to listen to that. Not about if you do this, it will improve mortality. They don't listen to that. You need to give them hardcore business data. Now, and governors are putting money. I had a meeting with the Northeast governors, and I said to them, look, if you want to do this, because we are going to now go into group purchasing, not just consolidating demand within state, we're going to consolidate demand across state. Now, instead of looking at your state, I have 1,000 facilities, Gombe has 200 facilities. Why not we look at 2,800 facilities? And the governor said, well, that makes sense. And I said, okay, if you want that, we have 4 states with drug management agencies. Companies will not do business with central medical stores. They will do business with drug management agencies because there's a one-stop shop of payment. Now the governor said, okay, we'll set up drug management agencies. And I said, okay, if you do that, you can't do business on air. You have to put down cash. You put down minimum 500 million, maximum 1 billion. If we have 6 billion in the Northeast state, I guarantee you that in 2 years, 3 years, you have 20 billion. And they said, that makes sense. And I said, are you going to do that? And 15 minutes meeting, the governors did that. Why am I saying it's not impossible? And I like what we said. What are we doing in the country? What are we investing? Finally, before I hand over the mic, I can hold on your mic. Is market shaping is just not about the money, or about predictability, quality. One big gap we have in Nigeria is, yes, we are assuring quality of product thanks to NAFDAC, but nobody is doing quality of the supply chain. When you say companies expand, who is going to check that? Who is going to check the manufacturing capacity down to where the commodities distribution, warehousing, down to when it gets to the person? And we even talk about coaching. So one of the things we have also done is to make sure that quality, supply chain quality, and thanks to my work when I worked under my boss in Jide, one of the things I learned is quality assurance, quality improvement. So one of the things we've done is to make sure that market shaping is guided by quality assurance, supply chain quality assurance. And thanks to the companies and also to the states, we've been doing routinely supply chain maturity assessment to say, well, you can't produce more because you don't have the capacity. And yeah. Okay, so now with that, one of the things we're doing, we now sit on tons of data. Now people say, we have data in Nigeria. Data is not the problem. It's what to do with the data, and that the people that have the data will do something with that data. So one of the things we're doing now is building hubs. We know many of you have seen us say innovation hubs. Because of this data, we have hubs, people that are in that state, serving as control tower. They are today looking at the data of EMSO, Juhel, looking at that data, looking at who has capacity, where should they improve, and leveraging things like AI to kind of come up with affordable solutions. So
if I let you continue today, thank you so much. I will follow up that question but later. So okay. So I want to go to Dozie. You know, Dozie and I have been talking about how to localize procurement. Dozie, by the way, used to be the executive secretary of CCM. He oversaw hundreds of millions of dollars of procurement of medical products in Nigeria. I mean, huge one. Unfortunately, not even a dollar was spent in Nigeria. So, Dozie, what will you do differently? You know, I feel pain that such a thing happened in Nigeria. You led it. I know you are constrained. So, benefit of hindsight, what will you tell us? What will you do differently? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. First, let me start by saying that it wasn't a total failure like yours. Yeah, we have Codex in the room today, and I think I met him. I can't remember while I was there. Maybe just COVID, right? It was COVID or pre-COVID, and we actually started talking right from that point. And what I realized talking to, and I've spoken to a lot of manufacturers. There's lack of faith and trust. That's one thing. And I still wonder why, when I read your report, Pharmacist annual report, I see maybe $12 billion medicine market, 70% private sector. And of course, it correlates with our OOP, out-of-pocket expenditure from our health account, which is around 70% as well. So I'm wondering, so why would a manufacturer who is in the market only want to invest because of donor funding, which when I analyzed our health accounts consistently, it was only around 10% actually, you know, ODA. That's the part. However, for Global Fund, it was a bit different because maybe 60% was on commodities. It's highly commoditized, yeah, which is fine. So, but back to your point. So, so when I met a lot of people and I speak to them, they don't believe that they only want to get guarantee from the donor. Like Azuka said, everyone wants guaranteed markets, okay, before they can invest. And I'm wondering, so what happened to this 70% markets, you know, that you churn out the numbers, you know, every year? Why are we not using it? Then I started researching some other countries. I asked, so what did India do, for example? You know, Malaysia and all of that. Pakistan, they're already doing well. And I heard Olumide just before he left. I walked in a bit late. Yes, and Azuka is actually correlating that. You need public financing if you must scale. That's a fact. But I'm asking, in Nigeria, public financing is just about 20%. So how come we are still selling these drugs, these medicines that 70% of 12 billion, maybe 2 billion every year is from private pockets. They are buying. That's what it means. They're actually buying. So I think probably we need to, and I don't know, I don't see government here. We need to have a strong coordination. Huh? NAFDAC, okay, NAFDAC, yeah. NAFDAC is regulation. I'm looking at markets, and because this is about business, according to Azuka, it's actually purely business. So we need maybe NHIA and investment and trade, okay? Because beyond when I look at your numbers and ask myself, so which of the medicines contribute most to this? We need to do that, drill down to that, because I mean, listening to Azuka, it will vary across regions. But it's also, you need to match that with the technology transfer design you want to pursue, okay? Because what you need for paracetamol may be different from what you need for sin, for example. I'm just going to two extremes. So we need to, and that's where I hear Azuka doing the data thing, but government should be the one doing it, because it needs to be comprehensive, okay? It needs to be robust. We need to, in this age of AI, we should plan with precision. We should stop guessing. We should stop shooting in the dark. So we need to do pharmaceutical expenditure analysis, or tracking, if you like, to check on an annual basis how much is going to antibiotics, for example, how much is going to anti-malaria, for example. All over, I don't care the source we get it, but let it come from expenditure, not imports, all right? Why I'm talking about expenditure is that it also shows you what was spent out of pocket, which is our biggest market, 70% according to the data that we have. So if we ignore that 70% and keep looking at 10%, we can never scale. I'm sorry, that's the fact. We can never scale. So we need to do that as government, have that data available, and the manufacturers can now look at it and use it to do business planning, all right? To say, okay, this market is available. If I invest so amount, then I'm likely going to sell. Then you can start pursuing, maybe license to do generics, for example, locally, depending on what it is but that product selection process has to be informed by data. It just has to be informed by data. That's number one. Number two, once you have that already, we also need to worry about who pays. And I agree, it's inefficient, people paying, from their pocket. Let's be honest, it's highly inefficient. Even what the DMAs are doing, it's just a midway, to the real thing. It's not what we should be doing, really, because health markets, there must be guarantee for the market. I said that already. If you don't have guarantee for market, nobody's going to put in money there. You don't have to put in your private money. Sometimes you need to borrow. Most times, actually, you have to borrow. So for the financial institution to be confident enough to put in money, they have to see the market clearly. So who is driving that engagement and facilitation? I think manufacturers going individually is not going to work. Let's be honest. You can't even achieve much. I'm being honest with you. So, and that's where I say again, government needs to step in. I don't know. I think we need to be more organized in terms of having a clear strategy and say, okay, this is what we want to achieve as a country over the next 5 years. And it shouldn't be only about health, which is why I don't like each time we come, we sit among ourselves. It's not the right thing. It should be about health, about trade and investment, because everything you want to manufacture, that's where you're going to facilitate everything. It should be about finance. Ministry of Finance should be in the room all the time so that they can facilitate those big credits that we need to scale. So once we have that policy, if you don't have a strong coordination point and leadership, it's not going to work. So when we break ourselves, my brothers in Anambra, going to UBA to get money, it's not going to scale. Let's be honest. And our markets, even before you go to after, our market is large. We haven't even scratched our market before we start talking about, oh, we need to no. Can we drive our market first and make sure that we've scaled within our market? The last one I want to make is also the human resource. Let's not pretend like If you bring the money and set up the equipment, it's going to run. It's not going to run. I was watching yesterday, I saw the Codex model with OOU, you know, the Codex Academy, where they partner with the universities to be intentional about the courses the students take so that they are producing workforce for the factory. So my point is, everybody, we are running different directions. There's no strong center that will coordinate all these things. And until we have that strong center, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. I went to Geneva once. I made one-day meeting with Bamboo people. They talk. I say, wait a minute. I'm sitting here. I'm representing the Minister of Health from Nigeria, and I'm asking you guys, fantastic ideas, but they are saying we should use our money and buy on Wambo platform, which is fine. I don't have a problem with that because it's full procurement. But I asked them, I'm also interested as a minister because I'm also interested in our GDP and growth of the economy. How do I get our local manufacturers on the platform through your back end? They didn't answer me that question in the open. They never they never did, you know. And in fact, the guy talking, we almost got into, you know, uncomfortable, you know, discussion. During break, I think someone whispered to him that this guy may take this up because I was actually wanted to walk upstairs to the ED's office and say, hey, I didn't like the way this guy responded to this question. So he came up to me during, you know, coffee break and started apologizing. And one lady from WHO said, yes, what I said was right. I wasn't the only African there, but I was the only person from Nigeria. And so we have to, and if I didn't speak like I was speaking for the minister, they're not going to listen to me. It's not Codex. Who is Codex? They're not going to listen to Codex. So I keep saying it. If we must get into that space and fight for our share, government has to lead, then we all go behind government. That's why I want to drop it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll follow up with that question later on, but let me go to Michael. You know, in the past 15 years, I mean, I have seen a lot of improvement in the Nigerian pharmaceutical sector, a lot. The first time I led auditors to manufacturers' facilities in Nigeria, I mean, I was a bit scandalized in a way. It was quite poor quality. Right now, if you walk into, as NADAC showed, if you walk into any facility right now, you can't believe it, what's happening. Remember the reasoning behind the GMP roadmap was actually more of market. I was talking to the then director of DR in NAFDAC, asked her, this is unfair to manufacturers. How somebody invests so much in quality, has a product that is good quality, and that person just by the side doesn't invest so much. And then they come out in the marketplace, there's no way of knowing which one is which. API that is good quality could be 3 times the API is not good quality. So it's unfair to the market. So we came up with the GMP roadmap. The plan was, let's assess all the manufacturers in Nigeria and put a plan so that they will all be at the minimum level, because we knew that it wasn't possible to stop everybody at once. So looking back, Nigerian manufacturers are doing extremely well, but we still have a long way to go. I want you to tell us, what do you think about tech transfer? Right now, no manufacturer is doing biologics, no manufacturer is doing vaccine. Amazon is trying to do API, but for us to get into those complex molecules, complex manufacturing, we can't do it alone. We need to leapfrog by tech transfer. So what do you think we should do right? Also, I will also ask NAFDAC to tell us from your own side of the story, but from your own side of the story, what should we do to make sure that we get to that level? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank HFN for putting this up. We can't stop talking about this. I thought COVID taught us a lesson that when the chips are down, it should attend to Israel. It was shocking that all the vaccines that were used in Nigeria and other African countries came from the Western world. People like Moderna, Philips, Pfizer, Eli Lilly and Co. None from Nigeria. Africa is about 1.4 billion people, I get 1.5 billion people. Nigeria is about 230, 240 million people. And we couldn't make a vaccine. And COVID is not the last. I'm sorry to say it's not the last. I'm not a prophet of doom, but it's going to happen again. And if we don't keep on talking about it, we might think, okay, someone might think that this is like a talk shop and all that. But If you don't talk about it, where will you get solutions from? So we must discuss this until those that need to hear will hear it, because we have to get going. The world is moving on. We can't be depending on Western world for everything that we need. All that we need in Africa is here. So there are things that are lacking. There are issues and challenges with such things. Why things are not happening. Again, FTF, seriously, thank you very much. Thank you very for putting this up, and I expect more of this. And again, please, in future, if we can get smart people, the people, the government people, to get involved in this, make a lot of sense. Thank you. Now, why can't we make some of these complex products? One of them is vaccine or vaccines. There was a time we had a bio vaccine factory in Jaba or something. It didn't see the light of day. It's off. One pharma company took it over. I don't want to call a name now. Only God knows how far that one is right now. But that's by the side. But there are issues with vaccine manufacturing. Vaccine need is very sterile, closed, tight environment. It's not like any other kind of medicament that you just produce. That's why only very few companies in the world makes vaccines. But is it doable in Nigeria? Of course it's doable. The challenges are few. One, for instance, we need some qualification, for instance, regulation, ML3. Thank God, thank you, NAFDAC, okay, for this, at least for that one. You've done very well in that aspect. We're working towards the ML4. We have power now to make vaccines if we have the wherewithal to do that. The other part is human resources. It has been, Obi mentioned it here, Smithman mentioned it, human resources. You can have the money, you can have the regulatory affairs, opportunity to do that. If you don't have the expertise of people to do that, you will not go far with such back. You cannot go far with it. So you need serious human capital development, and then, of course, support from government. The other challenge is this: infrastructure and investment in manufacturing and equipment of vaccine factories. It's not like any other kind of manufacturer that we deal with. So there's serious investment, huge investments in terms of machinery and equipment in putting that factory in place. Again, funding. The question will be, where would the funding come from? Is it from the government or from the private sector? That's another question, because we need serious investment in such direction. The other part, which is what I want to come to now, is the one you mentioned, tech transfer. That's supposed to be one of the would have been the easiest. I like what Code is doing and what it's doing. Technology transfer, that would have been key. That would have been easy to do, but it comes with its own strong challenges. Tech transfer needs strong partnership, governmental policies and involvement, because you need serious funding for it. And then collaboration with other entities. For example, there's this acronym called the PAVM, Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing. That's one arm that Nigeria can leverage to see how we can collaborate with them to get vaccine manufacturing going. However, we need some serious government involvement in terms of prioritizing vaccine manufacturing, because you need some serious funding. That funding cannot come from an individual. So, and again, somebody mentioned here not too long ago that if you go around the world, most of the countries around the world, yes, somebody anchored the last panel, talking about government involvement, not subsidizing them, but getting involved in terms of making sure that things as regards health are paid for by the government. And are we doing that now? I want to, first of all, maybe looking at PVAC, what PVAC is doing, thank God, NIPRID, of course, AFDB and all that. Yes, but we need serious government involvement. If you're going to get the right vaccine, you must need funding, and that funding cannot come from individual, but must come from the government. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Before we go to the audience for questions, I want NAFDAC to spend 1 minute. What is NAFDAC doing to enable tech transfer in Nigeria? Thank you.
Yeah, so NAFDAC is actually encouraging or putting up policies that will support tech transfer, and this has really been elaborately discussed earlier. One of the things we do is we have done is this 5+5 policy, where we expect that when you import, after the first 5 years, then you come to establish. That will also require that you transfer the technology for the manufacturer to the country. You understand? So we have guidelines, GMP guidelines that ensure that you're able to manufacture to the globally accepted, standards such that, your products can be relied upon. And NAFDAC as an agency herself, is working very hard. Like we said, we have been even able to maintain ML3 global benchmarking to have that recognition. And currently, we're working very hard to even go to ML4. We have been encouraging, companies to also invest in, vaccine manufacturing. But you require a strong regulatory authority to be able to do that. And NAFDAC is building internal capacity. Currently, NAFDAC has MOUs with, very strong NRAs across. In fact, currently last month, I was together with the DG with South Korea, the MFDS that has achieved the WHO listed status, who are very strong with vaccine manufacturing. And then we have an MOU with such NRAs to be able to exchange, have exchange programs that will strengthen our own internal capacity to be able to also, support our companies within the country. So internal capacity building, ensuring that we have international recognition, and putting policies in place that will actually support tech transfer.
Oh, thank you so much. A few questions. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
Hello for the panel. Still on the vaccine story here. So Emzor actually, we market vaccines, but it's contract manufactured for us. So we had a serious look at building a vaccine factory. Yes, there are problems. There's NAFDAC, there's the funding, there's tech transfer, but these have solutions. The biggest fear that we had was Gavi. If Gavi come and give something for free, your market is dead. And it happened to us in one of our vaccines. So do we have a solution for that?
I think that question should go to Dozier. Let's get to other questions, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm just talking from the regulatory perspective from NAFDAC. John actually said a lot. We've been encouraging our manufacturers. Yes, we don't have too many sterile manufacturers in Nigeria, products of, small molecules. The general idea is that when you want to go into manufacturing, start from what you have, use appropriate technology. And we've been advancing the issue of fill and finish. And if concept of fill and finish, if you are manufacturing a sterile product, small molecules, and you are even doing what we call the aseptic process, which does not involve terminal sterilization, you can actually get into fill and finish for vaccines. And I can tell you at my fingertips, there are a few of such companies in Nigeria. I inspected one of them not too long ago that is upgrading its facility, to the current Annex 1 requirement, that's WTTRS 1044, that will meet vaccine formulation, fill, and finish. It's a whole lot of investment because this is a multi-million, but I think it got support. 2 of them got support. So I want to encourage our local manufacturers. In terms of this, as a regulator, I'm not talking about the financing, Gavi, and all that my brother said before. From what we have presently, in terms of aseptic manufacturing, we can actually proceed to fill and finish without much hassles from the regulatory. Now we are ready to give them all the support. If you are doing it for a few days now, some of our inspectors will be inspecting a vaccine plant in China. So if you are doing that, why not in-house? And we are advocating for local manufacturing. We are there for you. We will support you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next question. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Kim is my name from Codix. My question is to Azuka. I'll say well done with all what you've been doing with the states and quite commendable. And I'm really pleased to hear how you've been able to tie the decisions for the governors from the healthcare challenge to what benefit it sounds in terms of outcomes for finances as a state. So my question to you is, in all of these engagements, how have you been able to share with them where effective diagnosis for catastrophic diseases tied to outcomes where treatment is also involved? Have you been able to do that? And if yes, can you share? Secondly, what criteria have you used for the companies you've been able to sign MOU with states Because so far, so good. Codex is now on board. So I'm calling out on this. Thank you.
Okay, the last question. Yeah, okay, last question.
Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. I think the question of optic was not answered, so maybe someone from the panel will still do that. But my question really is around, we've spoken about how we leapfrog. The challenge that we have in the industry today is that, yeah, good as it sounds, the 5+5 is basically going to shut the door on the innovation ecosystem for farmers, for most of the multinationals or even locals. Because if you don't have multinationals in markets, where are you going to get the generics? And you also spoke about market shaping. Ultimately, government who should be the last or the biggest source of business, you don't have that. I think it was Michael that was making an analogy about the Moderna plant in South Africa. The plant was completed, but no African country picked any of the vaccine before it was shut down again. So in the end, you don't ask, I'll probably use this analogy and close. Africa or Nigeria were very good at going to talk shops to ask for foreign investments. But the ones that are in country, we are almost like we want to chase them out of the window. There's so much policy incoherence that makes it like we don't even understand what exactly we want to do. And we need to start thinking from a policy perspective and asking ourselves, what are the strategic imperatives? What are those things that's important for us? And then start disaggregating it and decide, this is what we want to do first, this is what we need to do later. It's good, we can do everything, but we realize what is most important for us to do at this point in time, so that ultimately it's not just another talk shop, it's more of an action-oriented approach, and we're able to get out the outcomes that we desire in 5-10 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll start with Jose, please. Okay, so thank you for that very, very interesting question. So one is that Gavi is a multilateral. Okay, so and I understand where you're coming from. When you're not part of the system, you won't understand how it works. And I think it's the role of government also to enlighten people, how it works. So Gavi has a board, all right? And with committees, just like the Global Fund, they have a board. Africa has seats, on those boards. That's a fact. Our minister sits on the Global Fund board as the rep of the West and Central African region. And those bodies also have committees. They have, strategy committee, ethics and governance, all those committees that advise the board. They are advisory. So to your point about producing, investing to produce, and then they receive it as donation, and then it affects your market. The Gavi that I know would actually, they care more about, people having access to the vaccine than where it's bought from. That's number one. Yeah, that's the truth. At least on paper, they care more about people having access to. Yeah,
on paper,
no,
yes.
but it's true. That's why I said at least on paper. And we should, when you engage in those, you engage them based on their own policies. Yeah. That is written, not what you think. That one can be discussed. So that's where you start from, okay? And then, but you see, they won't listen to you. No. And that's where, again, the government needs to come in. Government needs to come in. Because the question they're going to ask is, they're not going to give you preferential treatment because your price must be competitive. Yeah, because they're also looking at equity and all of that. So my fear would be that your price may not be competitive enough at that point. But is there a solution to that? Yes, there's a solution to that. Okay. First is that your point of production, and Global Fund tried this with Tanzania, where they were taking nets from. But that company, I don't know what happened to their management, and they couldn't meet the demand, and I think now it's closed down. Okay. Yeah, it's a fact. They closed down because they couldn't meet the demand, because they tried to use them as a hub for East and South Africa, because the cost of logistics usually would do 25% when we are budgeting. But when you do, if you have that location and the volume of consumption in Nigeria alone is quite large, you do know how much it does to the cost of logistics for Gavi. It means any allocation given to Nigeria is going to buy more vaccines than it would have bought if it was being brought from another country. So they actually consider that. That's a fact. The other point is also that the government can step in and say, okay, you know what? To help you stay in business, they give you subsidy. Yeah. Yeah, they have to give you subsidy. So whatever it is you're bringing in, to support your production, government has to find a way to make it, a bit more, attractive for you to invest. And you can do that over time. And the truth is that whatever subsidy government invests, they are not losing it. I'm being honest with you, because they recover it through tax. We all know that. But most times people don't analyze that.
Okay.
The staff you employ, they are paying tax. Whatever you sell, you're paying VAT. And so government actually recovers that money. So it's only like mortgaging it for over a period of time before they start recovering it. And over time, you will grow, scale, and then start standing on your own. So there is a solution to that. But I think you guys should engage. You have to engage. And once you engage, you can negotiate all those solutions, I can assure you. And I'm available if you need my free
thank you so much.
Advice.
Thank you so much. So just before I let just last two people to talk, I want to talk from the position of experience who have been in this field for a while. I believe that Nigeria, the governments of Africa are not doing well. Medicine access is a national security issue. You can't let people bully you. I mean, we need to stand our ground. If I were the president or minister of health in Nigeria, I would rather invest hundreds of millions of dollars that we spend from Global Fund here. I would rather borrow that money and spend it locally. It's killing our industry. If EMSO wants to do vaccine, they can't do it because they can't sell. And tomorrow there's another pandemic. What do we do? So really, I think we should start rethinking, come together and put a strong advocacy. African governments need to stand up. It's not good for us. We are being, quality is good. I'm a quality advocate, but at the same time, we need to really balance national security, balance economic advancement. We can't continue this way. So, let me
just add to this. Look, we can't run the farmer business without government involvement. We can't do it. We're just deceiving ourselves. If you're going to encourage people like Codex, EMSO, especially EMSO in terms of vaccine, he has to have ready-made markets, one, and that fear which you just put out now wouldn't be there. Two, if you're sure that government is going to buy from you, okay, and pay beforehand, you won't have that fear. But whereby you're not sure government will buy from you, you're not sure where the next money will come from, and then you're going to vaccine, and then there's a free supply from Gavi. The business is dead. So, but if government is involved and you're sure that you're going to get tax breaks, one, free market is there. There's pay before they even, like for instance, I can tell you, we did something of this at my company where we did pre-order sales. It's shocking, yes. Before the stock even comes to you, you pay us beforehand. If government can do that with you, you won't have this fear, but government hasn't done that. So see, government to get involved. HFM, please try and see if you can get government involved in this. Once they're involved, it should be solved. Thanks.
Thank you. Just to round up before they collect the mic, I'm a businesswoman. Codex, just reach out to PMG Man. Today, you come on board. It's as simple as that. And also, there's something lacking when we're talking about human resource gap in this market access. Most people that lead manufacturing and a lot of people that lead, just like hospitals, are either doctors or pharmacists, and they have something I see lacking, what I call political leadership, which is one of the things we're doing with universities. And that answers your second question. When we work with government, who is government? You have governors, you have to talk to the you have to talk to the operational people, and for each person, the information is different. So things around outcome, you're talking to the commissioner, things around the business investment case, you're talking to the governor. If you are in the ecosystem and you are doing market intelligence, if you cannot talk to the different cadre of government, giving them the right information, you're not going to make it. So if we're learning this ecosystem, please understand political leadership is, you can't escape it. Finally, if you want to do business with government, and we're no longer in health system strengthening. Many of us are still thinking health system strengthening. We're in the solution era. How you cost your product for government is different for how you cost for donor. Why we're having distribution issues is that the distributors we have in the market are costing for donor, giving it to government. Zip line is not going to work. You've got to recost. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So thank the panel. It's been a very exciting one. I think what we are leaving the audience with is that market access is very important. So without that, all the things we're saying, just talking. And we need the HFN to lead that discussion. The manufacturers are ready. We need to create market. Where markets, we are just not going to make any progress. Thank you so much, everybody.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to announce to you that at 2 p.m., okay, at 5 minutes, 2:05, we're actually at the end on time. That's what I was aiming for, without stifling the kind of very robust conversations that have gone on. I don't envy the next speaker who's going to attempt to synthesize all that has been generated in terms of output, but that has to be clear. There are many things that are urgent and important that speaker after speaker have mentioned here. We need to have them articulated into a what next should happen, and not at the next meeting, even in intervening periods. We've had commitment. We've had Abdul say, I commit to give you a numbers-based report on where this funding is. HFN needs to work with CSOs that are experts in holding government accountable in addition to yourselves, so that all this, imagine if you are in the nonprofit world, you have burn rate expectations. So if you have 100 million and you keep telling us year in, year out, we have 2 billion, and you have not used up to 10% of it, that's failure. An accountable organization will hold that in your face that your scorecard is poor. You must do what is necessary to make that money leave your till. So whether it's capacity building, whatever it is important. And the solutions we are building, to go off the last speaker before I invite the second vice president of HFN to do, will stay in place for the pictures not to be disruptive. We'll take the wrap up and we'll take the closing remarks from the president, and then the pictures will take place. But at the base of all of this, let's not use 18th century solution because we wrote it down somewhere and insist that that's what we're going to follow. Everything you're doing that doesn't have digital at the heart of it is inefficient. So when you're talking about these systems of moving products and assuring payment, that already can happen through digitalization. That is national. And if you're talking about places that are already taking this up, FCT is one of them. So when you have data, somebody talked about Farm IT, and he will remember, I was first Nairo Farm president, and under my watch was when we started that. Let's digitize this whole process. The reason it failed, if I must just say it here, 2016, the Minister of Health locked me and the 3 government leads in the room, NAFDAC, PCN, and the Director of Food and Drugs, and I was the private sector lead in that. And when he told them, you must come to a resolution that this thing you've all agreed publicly you must do, they said, yes, sir. As soon as they left the room, they told me, never will it happen. It was in April, and his tenure was over by May. So they waited him out. But now there's hope. PCN is taking that lead, and they have good reason. Azuka, Dozier, they've said it. It has to be government-driven. It's not going to be private sector. There's not going to be trust. If my data is in front of Codex, how won't he use it against me in GNC and those kind of things? So now PCN is taking that lead, doing the digitization, starting with online pharmacy. They have regulations, and they have plans to take it upstream. So everything we're doing, if no one has incorporated how will digital enable this, we're still in the back days. So on this note, I'd like to invite Dr. Jennifer Anyati to please do the summary, synthesis, and takeaway of this very exciting event we've had. Or you will get. I trust you.
So thank you everyone that stayed this long. I think it's been a wonderful day. I tried my best, and I believe that I did a good job in advance. Let me just say that already. So, of course, this was a high-level roundtable on local manufacturing of medicines in Nigeria, created by FOAPS and HFN, the Healthcare Federation of Nigeria, in partnership with the World Bank and the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Broad participation across government agencies, private sector leaders, West African and national pharma manufacturers, some civil society I saw there, and some partners. The program was expertly anchored by pharmacist Remy Addition. Opening remarks were delivered by Dr. Benson Ayodele Cole, VP1 HFN, on behalf of Injide, who was on a plane, highlighting objectives and expected outcomes. I just wanted to point this out.
He talked about the development of a national roadmap for farmer manufacturing and clear policy and investment reform pathways. And I think we really did a lot of that today. Key insights came from Dr. Janet of Auda NEPAD, who spoke about various long-term strategies focused on regulatory system strengthening, guaranteed markets, a lot was discussed about that, technology adoption, skills development, and capital investment for sustainable local manufacturing. We also had goodwill messages from FOAPS, of course, by Dr. Linda. We had the Togo Healthcare Federation, who helped us to understand some French, from NIPRID by Dr. Obi Adigwe, and of course, last by the West African Federation of Chambers of Commerce, affirming Nigeria's leadership role in regional pharma and medical device manufacturing. There was a lot of policy and implementation focus. We had speakers, our keynote address by Dr. Abdul Mukhtar of PIVAC, and he underscored the health security, public health, and economic rationale for local manufacturing. And he called out political will, the importance of harmonized regulatory standards, the possibilities around pooled procurement in country, and collaborative investment. In the first panel, which had NAFDAC, PCN, and other partners on it, was focused on regulatory and technological actions. NAFDAC presented on a number of reforms and incentives for compliant manufacturers, including the 5+5 local manufacturing policy and other incentives. PCN addressed drug distribution reforms ongoing and the challenges of the open drug market. Emphasis was also placed on the importance of digital technologies such as e-prescription and e-dispensing, and the fact that Nigeria's NAFDAC was on its way to ML4 regulatory maturity, which will include cross-border trade. I want to also point out that there was a collaborative milestone where an MOU was signed between PIVAC and HFN to advance cooperation in this area of advocacy, support to pharmaceutical manufacturing, and regulatory system strengthening. And so a number of the things I'll be talking about will probably come forth out of that particular MOU. So something that came out very strongly was the role of government leadership and advocacy. And we came forth and said we must ensure that government leads from the front efforts towards spending more of its money to ensure it has universal health coverage by promoting and marketing local manufactured products and upholding policies such as the Nigeria First and incentivizing manufacturers for national security. We agreed that medicines and other such products, devices are a matter of national security. I think when we talk about it like that, it's not just about health, but about security of the country. And one of the last comments that was brought forth was that civil society support will be critical in pushing government to do what it needs to do. And so there's an important role of HFN around that, as well as all of us in this room. We were encouraged to leverage on opportunities that exist at the international space, such as the MAV Plus and other EU, Africa, and World Bank opportunities to expand local manufacturing for vaccines, medicines, and health technologies through partnerships and technology transfer. It was encouraged that HFN would support advisory in this area. We would also be working on this with Auda NEPAD and FOAPS. We were encouraged to strengthen organizational capacity. A lot of discussion was taken on that to promote sound governance, financial management, feasibility studies, and certifications to enhance credibility and readiness of local manufacturers in general, and not just focusing on the very large, but also considering how do we build the smaller ones to become large, just like those that are currently in the room. We were asked to implement de-risking and financing mechanisms by deploying various approaches, blended finance, impact bonds, concessional loans, e.g. BOI facilities with government co-funding. I think that was something that came out quite strongly. And the point that BOI said they do not have a health concessionary loan, and we will have to push for that from henceforth. I think that was something that came out quite strongly here. And so we will work with PVAC and advocate to BOI to ensure that we develop a loan facility from BOI for the health sector. And it will be in Naira. I think that was another big issue that came up, these old issues of, I just wanted to say that we actually almost took a loan from BOI. By the time they told us about it, we just left and decided to use our own funding. So I think it's really important that we advocate to BOI on this. We should support pharmaceutical SMEs and backward integration. Priority must be placed on essential medicines and APIs, and all the way back to, what was that name that? Key starting materials. I know that when Pharmacist Yakase was in PSN, he went to see Alaji Dangote and said, look, you now have this large, factory. This is an opportunity. And he said there's no business in it, that he prefers to focus on, initially, of course, he was doing urea and fertilizer. And then now he has added on, of course, petrochemicals because of a lot of pressure. So some pressure has to be placed on him because that refinery is there. The same thing with Indorama. Put some pressure on them. And so that, again, is another task for all of us as part of the system. We also talked about guaranteed financing in various ways. I discussed about that, various types of blended finance and all that. But in this case, this is more like creating group programs for SMEs, de-risking and investment. So there was a lot of talk earlier about the fact that SMEs could not do a lot of what needed to be done to tap into this financing. And so they were discussing about what's the possibility of getting them into groups. And I remember HFN have already started that on a bit of a small scale. Dr. Benson mentioned it. And so we need to do a lot more in that particular regard with PG Man, obviously. I'm sure there are some smaller SMEs that are part of PMG Man that we will. So HFN and PMG Man will have to, collaborate in this. We should establish catalytic payment platforms by setting up a catalytic funding and advisory hub, plus the promotion of guaranteed payment mechanisms like Medipool to ensure liquidity and sustainability for pharma manufacturers. There was a discussion we had with, I think it was the EU this morning, and they said, why don't we, for example, make condoms and nets in Nigeria? There is no market. The market is not there because you don't have guaranteed purchase. So without that guaranteed purchase, it will be very difficult for people like Codex, EMSO, and other SMEs to go into it, even though we use so many nets and so many condoms within the country. So how can we support? And so again, establishing that catalytic and payment platform so that we have a pooled financing. And I think some of the excellent work that Azuka has done around this is a way forward. And so collaborating with her to expand this much larger. And we need to develop, yes, okay, I have just left. Okay, so we need to develop market intelligence systems by establishing data-driven systems to provide reliable market insights, enabling pharma companies to make predictable and sustainable investment decisions. Again, everybody needs the data, but how do we get that data? So developing that market intelligence system. We need to strengthen supply chain quality assurance by deploying universal quality assurance tools to enhance transparency, efficiency, and safety across the pharmaceutical value supply chain. And then we need to leverage, last but not the least, leverage international opportunities for technology transfer. And that was something that came forth from Auda Nepal. Thank you very much.
I had 2 cards for requesting applause. I used one at the beginning. I want to request now that we give her another round of applause.
We have an HbA1c
You can see
machine
what I
now.
enjoyed
So
for 8 years as trustee of
I showed the
Society for
boss
Family
lady,
Health,
said,
where
okay,
she was, or
right,
she
I
is
want to put you.
deputy managing
I didn't know you are
director
the
of
one in charge
Lead
of the other side
Holdings.
too.
So well captured.
Yeah.
And
One
I
time you can
believe
go
all
there.
that is left now is for someone charming from HFN on behalf of the partners to say thank you to you all. And it's my pleasure to invite, you will have the pictures, but the thank you, I want all the talking to be completed, and then the pictures will be ad infinitum. So please welcome Chinyere Okorocha, Publicity Secretary of HFN, to do the vote of thanks. And you might also mention the process for them clearing their cards in terms of the pass.
Wow, wow, wow. Good afternoon, everybody. If you think it's been a fantastic learning discussion opportunity today, please give yourselves a round of applause.
You told me.
In fact, I think that the conversations have just been fantastic, but I think the key thing is let it not just be a talk shop. Let something come out from this. Let's take specific actions hereafter to implement some of the suggestions we've heard today. So my job is simple, is to say thank you to each and every one of you who have spent the morning up until now with us. Thank you, we are so grateful. I want to start by saying thank you to our co-organizer of this event, FOAPS, ably represented here by its president, Dr. Linda. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. FOAPS is the West African Federation, Healthcare Federation, West African Healthcare Federation, just in case you didn't know. Yes, representing 11 countries in Africa. West Africa in particular, yes. Okay. And then we want to say a huge thank you to our organizing partners. Yes. So I want to say the World Bank, thank you so much for being here. Please clap for them as I mention their names. Of course, PVAC, thank you so much. And all Auda NEPAD, thank you so much. We are so grateful for this partnership, and we are hoping that this will continue. We have a big conference coming up early next year, our annual conference. I'll talk about that before I go, but we are grateful for your partnership. Of course, we can't go away from here without mentioning our health guardians. The health guardians of HFN are some institutions, organizations who invest annually in the advocacy activities of HFN with a yearly guaranteed financial contribution to the work of HFN. I'd like to mention Farm Access, Bridge Clinic, MZOR, OANDO, Society for Family Health, and Health Business Academy Africa. Thank you so much for your continued support. For this particular conference, we also have our conference sponsors, who I shall not fail to mention. Infinity Health, thank you. Harish Development and Investment Co., thank you so much. Advantage Pharma, thank you. Please, please, please clap for them. Nigerian Health Watch, thank you so much. Bloom Public Health, we are grateful. And ARCESM, oh yes. Thank you so much. And of course, to everybody here, thank you. I want to specially thank our able moderator and compare of today's activities, who has been absolutely excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Remy. Okay, what was it about parking? Okay, so, yes.
After 40 minutes, you have to pay. But if you told them that you came for a conference, you validate at the front.
Okay, so everybody that came in with a car should have been given this. And ordinarily, after 40 minutes, you're now required to pay. But once you mention that you were here for the HFN conference, it will be waived. But you must clear downstairs at the reception, okay? Awesome. So that's it. Thank you, everybody. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap indeed. Can we have some? Is a wrap music? Now for the photographs. And this photograph session is going to be long because all of you in this room have to be in the photo. So we'll just divide it section by section. Oh, our founding president, please step up. You are to be in the front of all the pictures. Okay? The front row, front row. Codex and Emzo, please join. Codex and Emzo, flank them, please. You will observe that I've refused to be in photographs today. I've criticized photographs a lot. I'm finding it hypocritical to join. Okay, lovely. HFN, Exco, are you all in there? Super. Any HFN veteran? I saw my brother there. Can you please come up, Bubble? Adeyemi, come up and please come and show your face. Those are the people that built HFN. Give him a round of applause, our former financial secretary. He likes to be like in the background, but the big boys will not be allowed to be in the background. Okay, I'm scanning. All right. Oh, now you insist. I'm coming to split the ladies. Yes, right here.